connection to do a little better. But for those of you who were in the last live just a few moments ago, for sharing my videos, I really do appreciate it, because I figure at this point, if I can't um actively, get the community together, at least in the physical, then I can continue to be a voice to connect us over the internet and help us to be able to build up to that point where we're all comfortable enough to want to try to connect in person possibly, because I know it's a risk for myself as well, but at this point I'm like, what else is there to lose? Like, I don't have any more like reservations about anything anymore. So I am, again, going to be cautious. I'm not going to be an idiot. I'm not going to run out here and just be, doing a bunch of crazy stuff, because I know, giving a more precise like instruction on where I am per se, but I still didn't, give out my actual address or nothing like that. Like, I'm not a dummy, but I look at it as this, like, for these people who are wanting to participate in this stuff in my general area, then it's like, hey, if it's okay for y'all to share where I am, it's okay for me to share where I am too. So technically, I've not done anything wrong. Shoot, I look at it no differently than like a realtor, because if that's the case, they're, illegally sharing people's uh home areas and all that stuff too, all the time, putting people at risk for God knows what. But like I said, I'm moving in a way that's a little more strategic. I'm trying to be smart, but at the same time, I want something done. And I know, like, going to local law enforcement and all that is really not going to be the move, for the sole fact that a lot of this stuff that I'm dealing with is, you know, probably got them involved too. Um, but I'm not finna just go out here and just be accusing organizations and stuff without proof. But I just know what I know, and my intuition has never led me wrong. So that's a lot of what I'm leaning on top of what I do have as adequate proof. Wait, let me see what you're saying. I have a private chat room set up. Okay, bet. Hello, Grand Rising, welcome in. But yeah, so like I said, I just want to give you guys follow up, letting you know ultimately, like, my family and I are safe and all that stuff. Because hey, it'll be a cold day in hell if I let anything happen to me and my babies. Like, know that. Shoot, y'all probably turn on the news and be like, yeah, this young lady went down fighting, because that's what I'm gonna do. I'm a fighter. I ain't backing down from nothing or nobody, straight up and down. So, and I think I've made that clear, at least to the surrounding, stalkers at this point, because everybody, like I said, like to throw rocks and hide their hand, and then when you call them out, now they want to play victim. And I have to call myself out too, because I, like, this past week, I just got so frustrated. I saw myself, like, messing with them back, but I'm like, they actually, like, you better than that. Like, you got to stop, because it's just that whole, I want them to feel just as uncomfortable as they've been trying to make me and my family feel. I want them to feel just as uncomfortable. Because I'd be damn, you sitting here trying to fuck with my peace and my happiness, and you think you get to live your life hunky dory. Nah, nah, that's not what I'm on. So, but I recognize that, resorting to their tactics is what they want, because that'll be easier for them to play victim and to act as though that I'm the aggressor when I'm not. Um, but I'll gladly, I, like I said, I ain't start this mess, but I'll gladly finish it. And I play for keeps, meaning that if you get on my bad side, I'm not stopping until till what need to get done to resolve the matter and the issue. And that's just how I feel. So, because especially with a person like myself, I didn't I didn't come out here. I didn't move to this area bothering anybody. You know, my family and I, like I said, we've been to ourselves since day one. There's been certain individuals that made themselves known, not to me specifically, but like to my husband, which I thought was like really weird. To go out of their way to try to introduce themselves to my husband and stuff, but not to me. And and it just the energy about certain individuals that did try to go out of their way to kind of like make sure we were aware of them, just never sat right with me since I got out here. And I'm so grateful and I'm so glad that I trusted my intuition about how I felt on about these certain individuals, because I recognize that they're, some of the main ones that are playing this little game. And no, that's exactly right. Warrior of a lifetime, try to show no reaction. And for the most part, on most days, I'm good. Like I said, since I had started my little garden, I've been all into like gardening, like straight up and down. Like you guys, like if you guys knew my spouse and my kids and stuff, y'all could ask them. I've been heading into that, working on my channel stuff, working on some other stuff that I'm working on for you guys, like just focused on that. So to have people mad because I'm minding my business, I'm just trying to do things to keep myself occupied, trying to better my family, trying to better myself, and just pursuing my passions. Like I'm not, like I said, I'm not, you know, like I said, going to their house and bothering them and all. Like I ain't got to do all that. Like I said, there are a couple of, times this week that I did react, and that's what I'm saying. Like you know, I'm not mad at myself, but I'm like I've already forgiven myself for that because like I said in my IKEA video, you don't get to control how people react to your abuse, because everything they're doing is literally creating me to react out from a form of abuse. It's reactive abuse. So in my mind, I'm like, I don't care if I react or not. I'm still in the right. I don't care if I participate in their little shenanigans or not. I'm still in the right, because at the end of the day, they came for me. I never came at them. I never did anything to these people. I don't know these people. And to have this many people seemingly feeling like they got beef with me, but yet won't approach, won't say nothing. I literally called them out in my driveway this past week saying, hey, I'm right here. Whatever you want to say, whatever you got, I'm right here. Crickets. Not a soul came. Not a soul. But yet, this is what I didn't get to tell you guys. So the next day, which was Friday, there were two construction work guys literally standing right behind my fence, and or right behind my brick wall in my backyard. And I took that to mean that that was them trying to show me, like, oh, we're not, we're gonna be close to your wall and you can't do nothing about it. I'm like, baby, like I called them out because I filmed it. And I was like, okay, cool, do that, because all you're doing is confirming what I have been saying this whole time. And it also confirms that the construction people that's been back there this whole time doing all this fuck shit and stuff, that they are indeed a part of it. So I'm so glad that they did that, because it dispels any particular like innocence that they would try to claim. You no longer have those claims because you prove that. And like I said, these are men that was standing behind my wall, right? Trying to, intimidate me, a woman. But when a real man show up, aka my husband, they punk asses wasn't out there on Saturday. Nobody was out there. It was, matter of fact, it was crickets in the whole neighborhood. My husband was here Saturday. Now, yeah, there's a couple, people who still trying to do a little slick shit, but that's why I love my husband, because he literally came home and just loved me and nourished me and tended to me in every way that I needed, and made me forget all about the bullshit. Saturday, I was on a high. I'm up here dancing, singing, going back to me, and being myself. And I'm like, this is what I need more of. And that's why I love that I have such a, great supporter in my husband, because he knows what we're going through, because it's, like I said, it's affected him too. in certain areas or whatever, and he just hates that it's bothering me. Like he hates that all this shit's being directed to me. Because he's kind of like me. Like I'm the type of person like I don't care, what people try to do to me, but it's like you don't necessarily care what people try coming after me and our kids. Like yeah, we got a problem, and that's pretty much how I operate. So, but yeah, like I said, when they did that, and then I want to say I think I heard some man out front saying something about he outside or whatever, and I'm like, nigga, I don't give a fuck if you outside. Like the call for them to show they bitch ass up was Thursday. You up here the next day. That invitation was invalidated, my dog. Like, and then also you're a whole ass dude, but your bitch ass ain't come by this house on Saturday when the man of this house was here. And that's exactly case in point. So that's how I know I for sure am dealing with bitches. And I'll call them that to their face because that's what they are. Because what real man is going out of their way to come and try to intimidate a woman who ain't bothering you? You sitting here thinking that you Billy Badass, my nigga. Like my man was here. Where was you? But that's okay because they're gonna keep playing stupid games and they're gonna win stupid prizes. And now everybody being watched. So that's how I look at it now. So I've been keeping mine honest. I've been keeping mine real. But see now that there's more eyes on the situation and the more people get exposure to my channel and to my active content dealing with this bull, the more attention is going to garner. So the same energy they trying to push on me and my family, I can't even go to the library, which is something that my family and I would actively do all the time. Can't even go to the library, my dude, with my child for him to check out books and just be a child without these motherfuckers up here tampering with my vehicle and shit, trying to mess with my dash cams and shit. Like, what? I can't go to the grocery store. Same BS. I can't, that's what I'm saying. Like, and it's not even like, oh, I'm scared to do those things. Like, no, I'm gonna go do what I need to fucking do. But it's just annoying because it's like, bro, like y'all really be sitting around waiting. Okay, yeah, she left the house. Yeah, this is what she's wearing. Yeah, she parked back here. Okay, when we all get in the parking lot, let's honk at each other so we know what direction. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's been happening so frequently and so often. It's like it's expected. That's why I'm like, I'm not shocked by it anymore. It used to, at first, it was that whole like I suspected, but like, maybe just a car alarm going off, as soon as I step out the foot of my car, like, maybe it's nothing. But when it happens all the time, and now ever since I've been calling it out, I've been noticing it's happening less. Coincidence? I think not. Because my whole thing is like I call these, dum dums out. I'm like, yeah, I'm smarter than y'all. Y'all don't, but they're too dumb to realize that. Like I do this for real. Like this is how my mind works. This is how the Most High, the Creator, built me. That I'm an analytical thinker. I have always been able to connect dots to things, and see patterns and things. It's not something that I, sit here and try to flex, but it's inherent in me. I just know. So, and again, I feel like it also taps into that whole women's intuition. Like I've always been on this, always. And that's why I just think it's funny when people think that they low key trying, oh, like they, we know something you don't. Like, no, baby, I guarantee you, I know it too. I'm just smart enough not to reveal all my cards until like, like this week where I get pissed off and I'm like, yeah, no, I called each and every thing that I saw out that I knew was supposed to be like yeah, we know the way you open your windows and we know where you got cameras. And it's like, okay, bitch, you can know that. So the fuck? It don't change a thing. It don't change a thing, like at all. And my whole thing is I'm like, now other people get to know where you live. Other people get to know what you got going on. Because naturally, people are going to inquire. People are going to Google search this neighborhood and this development. And there might even be some people out there that's even more inclined than myself on the, side, who might be able to find out more stuff than I ever could, because my thing, it wasn't that deep for me. Like, I just wanted to be left alone. I just wanted my family and I to be able to live out here in peace. That's all we wanted was peace. I just want to any of the bots that's in here watching, that's on that team, I just wanted you to remember all I wanted was peace. That's it. I didn't ask for anything else but peace. So now whatever happens from here happens. I and that, go for anything, anybody involved. I ain't making no threats because hey, I'm not a criminal. I ain't got no uh Calvary to call. Like I said, me putting all that stuff on the internet this past week was the very first time in a very long time that I've ever reached out and asked anybody for any type of help, because my family and I, especially my husband and myself, the way that we are, we're lone wolves. Like, we have dealt with a lot of bullshit on our own. We've never really had a strong community of folks that we could rely on to come and show up for us. But we would be what you would consider the strong friends, where we're always showing up for other people and helping other people out. But when we need that help and support, ain't nobody around. That's how it's always been for me and my husband. We've always been each other's support system. So, for me to get on my channel and to ask for that help, that's a big fucking deal, because at the end of the day, Ashley don't really ask for help, because Ashley is 100% the type of person that tries to solve shit on her own, and that's been ingrained in me for years, to try to do shit on my own, because I'm used to people not showing up for me. That's okay. Like, I'm not, and that's what I said, like, ain't no bad blood if no one can help me organize anything. I am not mad. I get it. I 100% get it. But like I said, I want justice for everybody that's going through exactly what I'm going through. It ain't just because, oh, it's just me in the hot seat. No, I've been feeling like this even before this shit ramped up the way that it is now. I've been on this. If you go back to my earlier videos, you would hear me say the same thing. So my whole thing is, I'm like, at the end of the day, we are stronger than we know. And that's why these people, especially for those of us who believe and know that this is also spiritual, it is very spiritual. That's what makes it a lot harder to kind of bring it to a conclusion, because we could sit here and do this worldly, oh, calling the police, filing police, we can do all that. But at the end of the day, since these motherfuckers and people like them are the ones that are posing as the good guys, it's never going to get resolved. It's just like the Transformer movie. What did the bad guy, how did the bad guys always disguise themselves? They disguise themselves as the police, the paramedics, the firefighters, they always portray themselves as the good guys. But in actuality, they were the bad guys. You ever think about that? And real life is really no different from that. The same people that they're telling us to call on when stuff goes down are the same very people that are orchestrating it. So that's why for me, I'm like, I'm smart enough to know better than that. I know if I sit here and call the cops every time something happens, it's going to create a file or a case report, and like, oh yeah, this lady's always calling them and we never find nothing and blah, 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 blah. And if you are a person that believes in scripture, even the Bible says that in those days, in those last times, that the evildoers will investigate themselves and find themselves innocent of any wrongdoing. That's what I'm saying. So I know everything. I know all the avenues in which this plays out. That's why for me, it took a lot of courage for me to do the DOJ report, because I already knew. I'm like, yeah, Ashley, that's gonna be a waste of time, because you already know these motherfuckers know what this is, and they're not gonna do nothing. But still, that's that part of me that hopes that maybe there is a real good guy that's in that system, who sees this, or sees, my call for action, as well as many others that I'm sure have tried to do the same thing. and be like, you know what, wait a minute, like there's too many people talking about this stuff. Like, what is going on that so many people are da 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 da. If nothing does come of it, at least that I'll have that on record that I did speak up, that I did say something. I didn't just let the shit continue to slide because, like I said, in San Diego, I let it slide. I called the police one time, and I was on the non-emergency line. I called the police the one time, and asked them what my options were in dealing with those individuals then. And all the best they could tell me is like, oh, well, if stuff persists, you might be able to get a restraining order. But then again, everything's up in the air because if there's not a criminal element, then there's nothing really anybody can do. So for me, I recognize all these things, but I'm still trying to play by their rules. And that's what I'm saying. What's the alternative then? Because the alternative in my mind would be just going rogue and turn to vigilantism. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. And just taking justice in my own hands. But that's the whole purpose of the systems being in place so that people don't have to take matters into their own hands, right? So that they can get justice by way of the system. But when the system either is ignoring the cries and the pleas for help and or orchestrating all the BS that's going on and what's causing the civil unrest, then what do? Who holds them accountable? What's the phone number I can call for leaders across the world to come together and put a light on this bullshit? Because I'm not above, like I said, standing up for myself and doing what I must do. I'm not above that. But I know that the way things might go down, it'll only backfire on my family and then my community, because then I wouldn't be able to do my job and continue to be an advocate and a voice for all of us, because I know that not all of us are where I am in this journey and willing to speak out just yet, and or they might just be in rest mode. And I get that, because this stuff is a mental drain. It taxes every part of your system, your nervous, your emotional response. I get it. Like, it's a lot. It can be a lot. And I know me, the type of person I am, I can ignore shit with the best of them. But just like in true fashion, eventually stuff gets to you and it's like, okay, I'm sick of this mess. Like, don't y'all got something better else to do? Don't y'all, you know, got a kid to raise, or got a pet to take on a walk? You get what I'm saying? Like, don't you could be making such better use of your time. You could be doing such more positive things to add positive things to the world. Like myself, like I'm taking all of this frustration, anger, and I'm turning it into something positive. I'm speaking up. I'm becoming an advocate for, people like myself and others. Like, I'm not just gonna sit here and take this stuff laying down. I want justice for everybody who's dealing with what we're dealing with worldwide. Because from what I understand, from what I've seen from other, people in this community, this stuff don't just stop here in the States. This stuff is happening everywhere. And this week in particular, it seems like everyone has been experiencing an increase of these type of attacks, of these type of annoyances, if you will, or what have you. I know that there's some people that are being targeted even probably a little harder than myself, and I get that too, and I hate that for them. Like, if I'm saying, if I personally could put a stop to it, I would. Trust me, because I can't stand to see innocent people being hurt for no good goddamn reason. Like, there's no reason for this at all. And whatever, you know, lies or whatever is being orchestrated and being put out there to make people feel like they can take, matters into their own hands is crazy. Because I'm like, you're an idiot, if you're on that side of the team or the spectrum, and you think that what you're going out there doing to someone else because of something that you were told or heard, and you feel like you're justified. I'm like, baby, don't you realize the same can be done to you? From what I understand about these organizations, that it's that whole, like, Yeah, once you sign up for something like that, you really think you just gonna be able to click off and go back to status quo and life is normal? Even if they're one of these individuals that eventually grows a conscience and is like, ah, fudge, like, what have I been doing? Like, these people ain't done nothing. Oh, let me back out of this. Up, too late now, because you done gave these people your number. They got all this evidence on you, the same information and stuff that they're using to track people like myself, and all the equipment that they done put on your devices and stuff, baby. It's on you now. So guess what? If you try to go and talk to somebody, oh yeah, they doing it. Hey, remember November 12th, we sent you a text message letting you know where this person was. I'm like, baby, see, that's what I'm saying. They not that bright, and or these individuals are being possessed, because I believe that too. Um, I believe that there are bigger players at play that are controlling them also, who make sure that the lower guys don't know the whole picture. They're just given a narrative and they run with it. And it's just really sad, the world that we live in, that we have so many people that will gladly take whatever they've been told and just run with it. Me, I'm the type of person that if I'm being told a narrative about someone and how to believe or what to believe about them, I will tell that person to their face, no, like, okay, I understand and I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to get to know them for myself, or I'm going to observe them on my own and form my own opinion. I'm not just going to listen to what someone just tells me and just go with it and run with it. No, I watch people's behavior. I watch how people treat other people, especially people that can't do nothing for them. That'll tell you a lot about a person. I lead with kindness, and I try to treat everyone with respect, no matter who they are, no matter what position they hold in this life. I don't care if they're homeless. I don't care if they're a surgeon. I don't care, if they're a grocery bagger. I lead with kindness for everyone. Whatever occupation you hold and all that means nothing to me. I don't give a flip about none of that. Some of the most nastiest people I've met are people that's supposed to be in prestigious roles in this life, who just have like an arrogant type of attitude about themselves, like they above everybody. Baby, you not above anybody. The same way you got up to that position you got in, you could be knocked down the next day. It's really that quick. And with me having that mindset, I live by that. That's why I don't sit here and act like, oh, I couldn't possibly be touched. Like, no, I know I could be touched, in the sense of, like with my channel, if they wanted to take it down tomorrow, I know they could. I'm not ignorant to that fact, but it's not going to stop me from doing what I'm doing. It's not going to stop me from speaking up. It's not going to stop me from finding other platforms and other avenues to get the truth out. I'm going to do what I must, because this stuff must cease. And I recognize that there's some people's like, oh, it's spiritual, so you just got to let God handle it. Nah, I don't. I used to believe that. I used to feel that way, but then I recognize, like, that's that part of us that still has to let go of so much propaganda that's been fed into our minds, that we truly are just powerless and we just got to leave it to God, to come in and save us. No, we have to save us. We have to do something first. We can't just sit back and want every someone or some entity or whatever to just come in and swoop in and save us. It wasn't until I actively started doing what I'm doing now, which is speaking up and doing something about my own situation, that I've been slowly being able to unlock other avenues and doors and support and stuff like that, to be able to, tell you guys what I'm telling you. I know this to be true. Our power lies within us first and foremost, before it goes to any being or entity outside of ourselves. That is facts. That is esoteric knowledge that these individuals that participate in these, uh, you know, cults and all this other stuff, that's what they don't want you to know. And I know for some people, oh, she's talking about cults and all, she believes in that conspiracy stuff. You darn right. Conspiracy is just a person who wants to seek knowledge, and that's me. 100% who wants to seek truth. I'm a truth seeker. You darn right. Because I'm the type of person, I want to know the truth even if it hurts. I don't want to be lulled to sleep by a lie. That's not me. So ultimately, I recognize that a lot of this stuff is going to be difficult to combat. Still, just like so many of us, am powerless in the sense that I'm not tapped in just yet to abilities that I know that's on the way for a lot of us. Whether you believe or not, if you are chosen, it's happening. Whether you accept it or not, whether you ready for it or not, it's coming. Everything in my bones tell me that this energy and all this negativity is ramping up because we finally about to be able to show up the way that we need to. So if these individuals, are going to continue to double down, it just will make it that much easier to know that they are the enemy. But also by exposing this stuff, it gives some of these individuals an opportunity to reflect and ask themselves the hard questions like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Am I simply just doing this because of I want to make a quick buck? Am I simply doing this, or am I doing this because I really believe this person is exactly whoever I've been told that they are, and blah 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 blah. Whatever narratives are being pushed, because that ain't even the important part. Like, I originally was all caught up in that, trying to figure out, what are they saying about? I don't care what they're saying about me. In order for me to care about what you think about me, I have to give a fuck about you. And quite frankly, I don't, about none of these individuals. Period. So it's that same energy. That's why I'm able to sit here and tell people, hey, this is where I'm located. Because if they don't care about giving out my information to God knows whatever Tom, Dick, and Harry, because I'm saying I don't know none of these people out here. Not at all. Not at all. But if they're okay and comfortable giving out my information, baby, bet. So what's the harm in me giving out my general location? What's the harm? They all supposedly know where I'm at anyway. But see, the difference is now it opens up the door for people that's on our team to start showing up. And I think we all should do that. Don't be afraid. Like, I get it, like, oh, they could find me, baby. If this stuff is being orchestrated by the people that I feel like I know is orchestrating stuff, they already know where you at, darling. Why you think all that stuff is happening to you? They know your favorite places to go. They know the people that you associate with. They know what you like to eat, what you like to drink, what you like to wear. They know all of this stuff already. Doing what they think you want to do is one of the best tools in your arsenal. I guarantee you none of these people thought that I would do what I did this past week in terms of giving up my location. Not even my precise location, but just my general area. I bet you they didn't anticipate that. I bet you that really rocked they socks. But I did it, and I don't regret doing it. I stand 10 toes down on any decisions that I make and that I've done, because it is only, to embolden and encourage others like me who are going through the same thing. No, bring the spotlight on them, flip the tables around, because that's the one thing they don't want. They don't want exposure, because you got to think, if these people are operating as an organization and you keep exposing their agents, they running out of people. They gonna run out of people that they can use to surveil you and monitor you and all this stuff, because you're exposing them. And that's what they don't want. So by logic, do that. Do the opposite of what they don't want you to do. They want you to suffer in silence. They want you not to say nothing and not to speak about it and to hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. That's what they want you to do. See the evil. Speak about the evil. Listen for it. Because then that's how you can arm yourself to call them out. Now, if you want to go into a public space and call them out there, hey, if you bold enough to do that, hey, Godspeed. But like how I did, Godspeed. Because I know that take a whole nother set of huevos to do something like that. But that's just the energy I'm on. Like, I'm not playing anymore. Like, I'm not complicit about this stuff. I want something done. And if the organizations and the people in the particular positions that won't do anything about it, I'll do something about it. I'll continue to fight back in my own little way. I've been doing it this whole time. Shoot, if anything, I'm ramping up. One of my favorite things that I've just recently tapped back to is just going back to sending out messages to them and letting them know, like, yeah, I know who you are and I know exactly what you're doing. And I still don't care. I'm gonna still show up authentically as myself. Another way I've chosen to, kind of right back at them is I done tapped into getting like buying merch, and the goal for myself is to create my own one day. That's what I want to do, truly. But like, for example, my shirt I just purchased from Etsy, no less. It says I could be meaner. And then the shirt I wore yesterday that I got said that as far as I'm concerned, I'm a delight, and it had like a possum on it. And I'm like, yeah, that's the type of stuff I'm on. Like, I'm gonna let y'all know, like, yeah, y'all doing all this stuff to me, but guess what? I still don't care. And I'm still gonna make fun of y'all the whole time. Cause y'all is clowns, you're bots. Y'all are not something to be feared. Y'all aren't. Y'all are the weakest links walking this planet because you feel like you gotta group up to team up against one person. See, me, I'm asking people to unify, not to turn around and bully them back, even though that's what they deserve, if I'm being completely honest, but to show force and let them know, like, hey, the same way y'all ain't alone, she ain't alone either. We ain't alone neither. We can all squad up whenever we want to. We the motherfucking Avengers out here. We can post up. We can, the good thing about this, about being watched, baby, we'll have all our agents all together in the same vicinity. Like, okay, wait, okay, well, wait, we supposed to be watching him, but we gotta watch you. We can confuse the flip out of them because they gonna be like, wait a minute, how they all know each other? Wait, how are they communicating to be able to meet up? And like, baby, we could do this. I promise you. Like, the way my mind works, like, I'm telling y'all, we could really mess with them on a psychological level and have them just bugging and spazzing the flip out. There'll be too many of us for them to watch because they can't always be everywhere all at once. That's why they got to depend on so many different people, because the main players can't be everywhere all at once. They want us to think they omnipresent. They not. That's why they're using all these bots. That's why they're using all these people who don't who apparently ain't got else to do. I guess they just around. And what's that saying go? Idle hands do the devil's work, right? So I mean, hey, like I like to say, if it looked like a duck, it quack like a duck, it's a duck. If you ain't of the devil, then why is you doing what you're doing? If you're a good Samaritan like you claim, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. Even if you feel like you disagree with the individual being targeted or whatever, for whatever reason, that's still their right. Like, as far as being in this country, the United States, like I said, that's a constitutional right to be able to have freedom of speech, that people are allowed to say what they want. Um, but yeah, of course, when that's going against certain narratives or certain ideals, then all of a sudden oh, no, shutting them down. No, because free speech means free speech, whether you like it or not. Just like how I can sit here and listen all day long to BS that I don't believe in, that I don't support, but I'm like, hey, they can say what they want. I can't stop them from saying what they want. Don't mean I gotta agree with it, but that's their right. Just like it's my right to say what I like. But when people trying to control what you got to say or your narrative or what, like, no, that's not how that works. You don't get to go around and spread all this ish about me, and then when I try to combat it, you want to get mad. No, we're not doing that. Because I'm standing for what I believe. This I will stand for because I believe in this. And I'm going to continue to speak. I'm going to continue to do whatever it is I need to do until something is done. And hey, whether that's us coming together and taking matters into our own hands and legally, because I don't want to be, oh, she trying to incite people to. No, I'm not. I'm trying to encourage people to stand up for themselves and others. I'm trying to encourage people to be the change that they want to see. We can sit here and want somebody to come in and save us and do something for us, but at the end of the day, we got to be willing to do it for ourselves first and on that. I made my first step. I filed the complaint. That's me standing up for myself. I went in my driveway and gave these people in my mind. That's me standing up for myself. It may not have been the most classy of ways without making myself probably even more like a nut job. But guess what? I'll be a nut job for this cause. I don't care. I don't care. I I am being 100% real. 100% real. This is who I am. When I don't like something, I can't just sit on it. I can't. That's just me. I've always been that way. When I feel like I'm being wrong or slighted, I'm going to say something about it, or at least more so now, because there was a time, like I said, I was operating out of fear. I can admit that when all this stuff first started happening, or I started paying more attention to it, in San Diego or whatever, I was, I was crashing out. I was mentally like, oh my God, like, I don't know. What did I do? No, I'm not on that no more. Like I said, that time has passed. I am done with that part of myself. There is nothing to fear but fear itself. I don't fear any person walking this plane, point blank, period, at all. I don't fear none of that. I believe that what is right and what is wrong is wrong. And this bullish that myself and so many of us are experiencing is wrong. It is dead wrong. And these people, like I said, the puppets, they don't know why we probably are being targeted, outside of believing whatever narrative that was told to them to start stalking us and harassing us in the first place. But those that are in charge, they know why they're keeping such a close eye on us, because we possess a power that they not ready for the world to know about. But that's the thing, like I said, that's not something that they can control. Everything is going to unfold the way that it's meant to. And like I said, that's the side of me that y'all don't really get to see on here. The side that's done the research, the side that researches metaphysics, esoteric knowledge, occultism. That's the type of stuff I be on, that I really don't share on here, just because it's hard for me to have conversations like that with individuals before they're like, huh? What are you talking about? Esoteric, not, huh? Cults, huh? Like they don't get it. It does not compute, because they're still, and I'm not. I am very much so awake. I am very much so tapped in. I've been tapped on the shoulder. I'm one of those ones that's been tapped to wake up, and I'm awake. And so all I can do is do exactly what I've been sent here to do, which is to speak my truth, to live my truth, and to help wake up anybody else around me if I can, to help tap y'all on the shoulder and be like, hey, I'm sorry to wake you up from the mundane, but this ish ain't what you think it is. I'm sorry to have to pull the rug from up under you, but, and you know what's crazy is that I'm still the type of person that I don't go around just like forcing it on people, like, messing up whole people's, or shattering people's belief systems. Like, oh yeah, when y'all celebrate Easter, right? That's actually worshiping Tammuz, right? And his phallus. And I don't forgot the mother's name, but yeah, that's actually worshiping their ancestral incest relationship that they have. That's an ancient deity that y'all when y'all do Easter, ain't got ish to do with Christ, right? Y'all know that, right? See, I don't go around just trying to burst people's bubbles. Same thing with like Christmas and all these other holiday, baby. If you know, you know. If you are a person that's on that journey like myself, to dismantle a lot of this ish that we have been spoon fed and thinking that it's okay and it's safe in nature. No, it's not. A lot of the stuff that is celebrated and pushed to the forefront in our faces is pure evil. Parading is good. Hand to the Most High. I crap you not. A lot of this stuff is wrong. A lot of it. Oh yeah. I would say start there because it gets deeper than that. That's what I'm saying. That's just what the Bible say. You feed the believers milk first before you can give them the meat. That's just milk. I ain't even tapped on the meat of a lot of this stuff. And I definitely can't on this platform. But what I'm working on, I'm hoping to get into a lot of that. And that also is why I'm being targeted, because they don't shh, you ain't supposed to tell them that. The more and more people know this stuff and they start to know themselves, the more they wake up from this false reality that we're in. And this ain't on no, oh, I'm a pothead and all that. Like, baby, when I tell you I am a sober-minded person, I do not smoke, I do not drink, I do not partake in recreational, substances. The only vice I might have is sugar. That's about it. If I'm being completely honest. But even that, I've been waking up and purging myself from a lot of that. I'm currently on a detox right now. I had some sugar yesterday, but yeah, I called myself out, so y'all can't call me out. I told y'all that. Remember that. But, so little by little, as I've been learning, I've been changing, because my mind is like, if I was told one thing and I find out counter information that doesn't align with the thing I was told, then I have to completely dismantle the whole process. I cannot continue wholeheartedly to support whatever narrative that I was told. If 1 + 1 ain't equaling 2, I can't. I have to completely dismantle the whole system and start from ground zero and work my way back up. That's just basically how it is. And, back on the whole holidays stuff, because I see there's a couple of people talking about that subject still. I wasn't raised in a religious household. Like, I was raised in a single parent household, myself, my mother, and my 2 sisters, primarily. My mother came from a devout JW household. Her mother, her aunts, all of them pretty much ascribe to that religion, if you will. So my mother always used to say growing up, she's like, oh, baby, I've had enough religion for 2 lifetimes. Like, I don't want nothing to do with that. And she even then would call out to us, myself and my sisters, like, oh, yeah, those folks protect certain types of individuals that do nefarious things to the little ones, if you catch my drift. Again, not to put my mother's information out there on blast, but she knows some of this stuff firsthand account. Okay. And she used to say that was one of the main reasons that she did not put us in that stuff. Now, of course, in true fashion, our grandmother tried to, sway us into that. And me being the good-hearted young lady that I was, I felt like, I remember, I'll never forget, we were at her home having lunch or whatever. No one was talking about her religion. No one brought it up, nothing. And she just came out of nowhere all of a sudden. Well, I'm getting ready to have my study, sitting down studying their Bible. And saying, well, somebody gonna study with me. Wasn't would one of you like to study with me, etc., etc. No, it was a command. One of y'all is gonna study with me, because unfortunately we were living with her at the time, because my mother had lost our family home due to some financial issues at the time. Because like I said, she was single parent, so she did her best in that retrospect. But we had to go back and live with her for a time, and so she took that took advantage of that and was like, hey, somebody gonna stay with me. So she literally went around the table looking at me and my two sisters because she knew my mom wasn't going for it, period. And she had always told her mother that, yeah, don't force that on my kids or whatever or what have you. So basically, the way that my grandmother went about it, it was a manipulation tactic. Because I remember for everything that she had said, but it ended up with me being in tears and feeling guilty. And so she ended up getting me and my younger sister to study with her that day. And my older sister was just like adamant. She's like, nah, I ain't doing it. Like, because that's the one thing with my older sister. If she said, nah, she good, she was good. So for me, I always had like I feel like a spiritual connection to the creator. And I just always wanted to know more about him and all that. So I let that situation manipulate me and started studying with her. And it got to a point like me and my sister went to a convention with her one year. And, as kids, like we were like, oh, okay, cool, getting to meet other kids, didn't really think much of it. But I'll never forget like that trip was one of the most like terrible experiences that it got to the point where my younger sister was like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. So she let her off the hook because I guess she saw that I was still on the hook. And what ultimately ended up stopping me from studying with her, because eventually my mother was able to find us another housing situation where we could move out, and we did. And she still would like only she would drive like I think it was like an hour from, because we lived like an hour or two away from her at that point when my mom moved us. And she would drive like an hour and a half to just come and study with me. Mind you, this woman would never really come and spend time with us any other time, but that's the only thing that she would come and do. And when she did come one particular week or one day of that week, I remember I was very much so into like the boy band group B2K or whatever. And my mom had allowed us to like, or allowed me like decorate my room with like all their posters and stuff. And I remember her coming in my room, my grandmother coming in my room, was like, oh, this could be settled, be considered idols, false idols. And oh yeah, talking about in Jehovah's Kingdom, you can't have stuff like that. You gotta take that down. You gotta throw that away. And then telling me I can't, celebrate my birthday and all this stuff. And I just remember being so upset that day. And then my mother had come home from work, saw me in tears, like I was in tears, taking down all my posters in my room. And my mom just immediately got upset. She's like, "What did you say to her?" And before she could even really get into it with her, my grandmother excused herself. Oh, well, I gotta go now. So I'm there in tears, tearing down all my posters. And then, she excuses herself, leaves, so she ain't gotta face my mama wrath, because my mom was probably gonna let her have it. And I sit there and I'm telling my mom, sobbing in great tears, like, oh yeah, she told me that I can't have my posters up because it's idol worship and so on and so forth. And I'm a teen girl at this point. I think I had just started high school or whatever. And and basically my mom was like, yeah, sweetheart. She's like, you ain't gotta worry about that. She's like, your grandmother don't run nothing here. And she's like, you don't have to continue studying with her no more if you don't want to study with her. She's like, I told her I was only okay with it as long as you was okay with it, but for you to never be forced to do anything like that. So from that day forward, I never studied with her again, with anything like that. And I think for me, that's when I slowly started to wake up and realize, like, yeah, there are people in this world that will use religion, that will use belief systems to manipulate other people and to try to control people. And like I said, I had always been naturally curious about religion and stuff like that. It's not been my first time. Um, it had not been my first time being like seeking, various religions, because I've looked in the back, or I had been a part of like a Baptist church in the past, Church of Christ, Jehovah's Witness. Never became a member of any of those organizations with the exception of Church of Christ. But that's, again, that's a whole other life for another time. But yeah, so I just say all that to bring my point forward, that a lot of this stuff these people are being told to do, taught to do, they really, for some of them, they really think they're doing God's work, etc., etc., but they're not. Like, it is not right to do those types of things. You cannot allow, you cannot allow um people to try to influence what you believe. Like, people should be able to just naturally come to certain conclusions about about things on their own. But we live in a world where also a lot of people are lazy and they don't want to have to search and research this knowledge for themselves. They want to be spoon fed everything. I'm not one of those people. I've always been someone who tries to find out things on her own. Like I said, with that particular story, the only reason I went along with that is because I was guilted. It wasn't because, like, um and in a way, my grandmother always kind of tried to groom us to become Jehovah's Witness in some way, sort of fashion. Because anytime we go over her home, like, she would only want to talk about the Bible and the scriptures, and and she'd get on her like tangents, and she had like this weird what's the word, like, obsession with, like, oh, the end times, and oh, what would they used to call it, or she would call it, not I can't think of it, tribulation, excuse me, that the great tribulation was coming, and that she would get her new husband in the new world and all, like, it just just so much that goes along with it. And that's not to tread on anybody that, like I said, is in that belief system. Like, hey, if that's what you believe, that's what you believe, but I know different. And I'm not sitting here saying that they should stop doing what they're doing, because, again, that's a personal decision. That's something they got to decide for themselves. That's not for me to sit here and tell them, oh, well, you should or shouldn't. No, I'm just putting the information out there. What you do with it is completely up to you. But that's how it is with a lot of these religious organizations. If you're not, singing their tune, it's a problem, which is odd, because if it's all supposed to be about free knowledge, free love, free freedom to explore, there shouldn't be any pressure behind it, one way or the other. And like I said, this whole notion of, oh, we got to save souls, it's like, baby, at the end of the day, if a person doesn't see fit to want to save their own soul, whatever that's supposed to look like, why are you wholly invested in it? Because I used to be a part of the Church of Christ and lived under that notion, oh, we got to save. So people have to want to wake up and find out things and truth and stuff like that for themselves, first and foremost. It's that whole, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. But as long as you're being spoon fed what to believe, what to say, how to feel, you're never truly going to be able to wake up and grasp these things for yourself. And that's just the honest to God truth. And I've always been a free thinker. Like I said, there's only been a handful of times that people have been able to get over on me, and that's because I was still in like a people pleaser phase of wanting to just be a good, girl, and and do as I'm told, and so on and so forth. But now I'm like, no, I'm not just gonna go along to get along. If what I believe, if what I say, if how I feel makes people feel uncomfortable, they can feel uncomfortable. Like me getting into what I'm getting to now, like Egyptology. I was made to believe that this type of stuff was evil, and oh, that's dark magic and false gods and all this. No, it's not. Like, a lot of this stuff has been kept from us, and we've been kept away from it because a lot of it unlocks a lot of keys to knowledge that has been intentionally kept away from us, to keep us from waking up and becoming aware of truths that would set us free ultimately. And I know this. So that's why when I see an increase now, like even in my personal space now, everywhere I'm going, it's like I'm seeing more Jehovah's Witnesses popping up with their little stands and stuff. I'm seeing more people with, Christ on their, Christ pieces, and all this other stuff. And it's like I'm not offended by it, but I just think that it's interesting because it kind of gives that vibe like they're trying to rope me back in, like, yeah, come back. And it's like, no, I will never, because I know that that's not the truth. That's not the real truth. Everything about stuff like that has been a lie. And I can't live a lie. Like, I know that's easy for other people to do, but I can't. I have to stand 100% 10 toes know to be true. And I know that there's a lot about those organizations that the people in the pews aren't privy to. And I'm gonna just leave that at that. But me sharing that tidbit with you guys about like my personal past with religion and stuff like that um is not coming from an easy place, because a lot of my past is filled with a lot of darkness, if I'm being completely honest. And I'm not trying to be not trying to exaggerate it, but no, I've really dealt with a lot of messed up stuff in my life, and a lot of the stuff that I've dealt with come from people that's that's claimed that they love me, or that's supposed to have been people that I should have been able to trust, and or people that I should have been cared for by. And when you've been betrayed in ways like that, your most basic needs, necessities, wants, desires being trampled on, or being taken lightly and stuff like that stuff changes you forever. And I'm just grateful that those experiences just made me double down more on being me and coming back to myself, instead of going the other way, which was just doubling down on being trying to be even more of a people pleaser. And, oh yes mommy, yes daddy. Like, I'm so glad that I was able to pull myself out of that. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it was hard for me to let it go, like, especially from the religious standpoint, because I have always had such strong inclinations that I wanted to know God and more about stuff like that. And I recognize now, like, it wasn't necessarily just that, it was that I've always wanted to know more truth, more real, realness. And I didn't see it as that, especially as a young lady. But now, being a little more mature and a little older, I see now like what I really was seeking, what I was really after was truth. And that's not something I was ever going to get within the doors of those institutions, because that's what they are. They're institutions. A lot of it is ritualistic in nature. It's meant to keep people asleep. That's why they perform certain rituals and things that they repetitively do, so that you keep coming back and you keep being put back to sleep so that you don't wake up. But when you stop going, it's kind of like when people are put in like mental hospitals or whatever, and they're being given a cocktail to take every day to manage their respective what's the word, to manage their respective mental disorders or whatever. But then eventually when they stop taking that cocktail, they slowly start to wake up and realize, like, oh my god, like, I'm being put to sleep, and I'm being taken advantage of, and so on and so forth. So it's just kind of like that. When you remove yourself from it, you're able to see it in a whole nother light. And then if you, like I said, if you're someone like myself, the creator will help slide people, places, and things into your life that'll help you to continue to dig a little bit deeper and to pull yourself out of it. Because we are not what they tell us that we are. Like, I'm saying, there's there's so much I love to like be able to get into, but I know I'm sure my channel's already being watched. I shoot, just from this past week, y'all have been able to see that, because I've never had that much issue with doing a live and shorts and stuff like that. So I'm already aware, I'm probably being censored in some way, shape, or form, and that's fine. Like, I get it, I get what their agenda is, but like I said, the truth's gonna get out one way or another. Even if it isn't me, there are many of us waking up. There are many of us that are speaking about the same things I'm speaking about. So eventually, some of us are gonna make it through these these what's the word? These shackles that they're trying to shackle to us to keep us back down here and trying to plant us firmly on this in this realm so that we don't continue to ascend. But we're going to ascend. Like that's what's supposed to happen. I just hope that those that are supposed to wake up and join us are still doing the work, doing the shadow work, going within to dismantle this stuff, because a lot of it is spiritual in nature. And that, shoot, it don't matter if you're agnostic, it don't matter, if you're a believer or not. Like, this stuff is happening regardless. And like I said, I've always believed in a higher creator. I just don't believe the stories in which has been told to us. That's what I don't believe anymore. But like I said, I don't hate on anyone that still participates in those organizations. That's fine. My whole thing is, hey, you respect mine, I respect yours. But that doesn't mean it's gonna stop me from speaking the truth about it. That's just the catch 22 to it. Which let me and I got some of that off my chest. Let me stop and kind of scroll back on some of you guys' comments, because I ain't gonna lie to you, I feel this is the most comments I've been able to see from you guys ever come through. So I definitely want to try to include you guys in the conversation being had here. Let's see. Or let me go back down. We all been through a lot and it's okay. So, I hope I'm saying this right. Ira or Aria Sophia says, no, we all been through a lot and it's okay to share or not share. We understand you're not trying to get attention or sympathy. They make us feel that way when we talk about it. Exactly. Because I've never been an attention seeker. Like, I also, if y'all didn't know that, know this, I'm a middle child. So yes, I live that middle child syndrome, hands down. Like, most of the attention in my household either went to my elder sibling or my younger sibling. I was the one that was always, oh, Ashley's good. She got it. Because I was like, I'll share some other things with you guys. Like, I was the first one of myself and my sisters. I was the first one to get married, first one to get my driver's license, first one to have a baby. Yeah, I was teen mom. I don't have no shame about that. So I did a lot of firsts on my own before my siblings. And I remember, like, my mother would use like that type of stuff, especially against my older sister, because you're like, oh, Ashley done went and got her license and all this, and you 18 years old and you still ain't got your license. And I never understood why my mom would try to like pit myself and my siblings against each other. And that's before I woke up to the fact that my mother possessed a lot of narcissistic tendencies. I always felt like my mother and we always had this like unspoken like tension. Well, more so her, because I didn't have no tension with her. She's my mother. Like, I loved her unconditionally. I still love her unconditionally. But yeah, she is an individual as well as my two siblings that, in that respect, that I had to let go. Especially with her and my younger sibling. I always, anytime I come out of my character, them two could always do it. Every time could pull me out of myself. But anyway, but yeah, like, my mother would like try to pit us against each other, and I would call her out on it and stuff like that. I remember, as an adult, I finally found a voice to call her out on stuff like that. And, oh no, I don't. I ain't never do that. I'm like, you still do it now. Like, what are you talking about? And I always felt like growing up, it was them three against me. Because again, another story time for another time. But like I said, a lot of this stuff was rooted in jealousy and envy, with my mother like low key competing with me as a child. There was occasion, I can't even remember what all took place, but I just remember her saying like, "Oh, you think you're better than us." And this was from me coming from spending a weekend with my father. And I don't even remember what I did. I don't even remember what I said, if I said or did anything at all. And I just remember her like cornering me and like, "Oh, you think you're better than us?" And I'm like, "Better than y'all? Like I am y'all. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I love y'all. Like, what are you talking about?" And I'm like, it's always been like that. And then like same way my two siblings would like gang up on me and like low key like try to get me in trouble and stuff, or anything that I did, they would low key run and tell her. But when they wanted me to hold their secrets and stuff, I would hold it. I like, especially my older sister, she would come back and tell me a lot of stuff, and I just kept it to myself. Especially, being younger, or the middle child, I would just keep it to myself. But they never had a hard time doing that to me. And it wasn't until I became an adult that I just started letting some of that stuff go. I'm like, oh yeah, mommy, remember, you probably don't know this, but da 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 da. And it wasn't even like a spiteful thing. It was just like I thought that she was actually, when we grow up, we started to form a type of relationship with our parents that we couldn't have. So a lot of the stuff that we would share with one another, especially myself and my mother and my two siblings, like we, when things were good, they were good. But then when things were bad, they were bad. So we sometimes will overshare with our mother, about like our personal, relationships, stuff like that. So I just assume some of the stuff I go and talk to her about that she already knew. But I found out on one particular occasion that I guess there was something my sister hadn't told her, and she was like, "Oh my god, like I didn't know your sister was out there doing that." I was like, my bad. I thought she told you. Like, okay. But yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this stuff for me was I never could put my finger on it. I never understood why it seemed like it was always them versus me. And I remember I used to say all the time, like, I feel like y'all treat me like the black sheep. Now, this was before I had any real knowledge of what a scapegoat was. Like, I didn't know. I was pretty much spot on growing up saying, "Oh, I feel like the black sheep or the ugly duckling of us," because anytime someone go wrong, I was the one getting the brunt of the anger, of the abuse, of the tongue lashings, the beatings. I've even experienced, like I said, a lot of verbal abuse and mistreatment solely because I was the daughter of the husband that she once upon a time had. I'm talking about my mother here, that she loved so much but felt betrayed by. So I remember as an adult, she and I had many of falling outs. And she eventually admitted to me one time that, yeah, she intentionally mistreated me because of my father. And I was like, wow, like that's kind of messed up, because that's not something I could control, how things went down between you and my father. Um, and yeah, and if you don't know, yeah, stereotypical black family dysfunction. Myself and my two sisters, we each of us have different fathers, but my father was the only one that she was ever married to at any point in time in her life. So for me, and my father also was the only active co-parent that she would be able to deal with, because my younger sister's father, at the time, my mother couldn't find him. And then my older sister's father was actually lived in the town over from us, but she just never, for whatever reason, bothered to try to connect her with him or whatever. I don't know. But I always took that to feel like, they would use that against me. So like when my father, in my younger years, when he would come pick me up on the weekends and stuff, like I don't know what they would do or say about me or behind my back when I would be gone, but I do know that my father did try to include my siblings. He always, he wouldn't just do for me, he would do for them too. And that's another thing that I always kind of thought was messed up, because it's kind of that whole situation is like, oh, people always try to talk bad about the one that's doing, but then the ones that aren't doing, like in this case, my siblings' fathers weren't doing anything for them really. But she never would have anything bad to say about them, but she would go on tirades about my father. Like there are many times I can remember growing up crying and begging her to stop talking about my father and that it hurt my feelings, and she wouldn't care. She would just go in. And so yeah, it made me have self-worth issues. It made me have identity issues, because when I would act up or whatever, oh, see, you're acting just like them, folks, she would say my husband's family name. You're acting just like them. And like, again, creating like the separation between myself and her and my two siblings. And what also made it worse was that of everyone in my household, I was the only one with a different last name. All three of them had the same last name. I was the only one. So When I tell you I was the ostracized child, I was, and they never let me forget that I was not like them. I was different from them. Um, which is crazy because I never looked at them that way. I'm like, y'all are my family, like, and I would remember, like I said, as a child or as a young girl, just like this. Like, I don't understand. Like, why do people just dislike me for no reason? And my favorite is that mom would also be the type, she would go and she would, talk about us to family members, and or like talk about the things that were going on in the household, like, oh yeah, they did this and that, and try to always make it seem like we were just such terrible children. And we weren't, though. Like, we we really did our best to do what she asked of us. We weren't horrible in nature, but we got a lot of brunt of her anger at times, me especially. Even my two siblings admitted that of the three of us, I always got it the worst every time. So a lot of what formed me to the person that I am now comes from a lot of those painful instances of me growing up. I thank God that I got the help that I needed to be able to process a lot of that stuff, because for a lot of years, I had a lot of repressed anger and emotion about it, but I never would display it because I thought that anger was a bad thing. I was never allowed to get mad or get upset or express my emotions in that way. Like, everyone always wanted me happy and smiling and acting like, there's nothing wrong, but there was a lot wrong. And I never was given help or given professional, guidance on how to deal with a lot of those emotions that I was feeling with my mother or my siblings, and just many other things that occurred to me in my life. So I just dealt with it the best way I could, and a lot of times it was just repressing it. I repressed a lot of that stuff. And so, of course, in true fashion, you get to, was you hit the 30s, they say people start having their midlife crises and all that stuff start come just kind of spilling out of you. That's how it was for me. Everything just starts spilling out. Cause like, I know I have been saying like, oh, 2018 is when I started to wake up, but it was actually 2020, which I recognize now that there's a significance to that. But that's where I was like, oh my gosh, like, there's still a lot of stuff I want to unpack and I want to get off of me. I want to let this stuff go once and for all so that it doesn't continue to shape my future. And I don't want to carry this, and put this burden on my kids or nothing like that. Like, I want to be able to shed myself of all this stuff. So I've done the work. I've gone to therapy. I've unpacked a lot of this, stuff that I've endured, which is why I'm able to stand firm and stand on what I'm dealing with now, because I've been up against these demons before. The difference is that I wasn't strong enough to fight them for myself, but I am now. And that's why I feel so adamant the way that I do. I refuse to accept abuse from anybody. Growing up, basically dealing with narcissistic abuse most of my life, not just from like my mother, like I said, my grandmother, father, so on and so forth, like relatives that I wouldn't even like deal with on a consistent basis or be around on a consistent basis. And then, just like I said, random strangers, I just always felt like people was always coming at me sideways growing up. And I'm not sitting here trying to paint myself like I'm some angel, because I know I'm not. I'm sure there are some instances and some stories people could sit here tell about me. Hey, if I did it, I did it. My bad. Again, my ego is not in it. But I also recognize that a lot of the reactions that I may have given people was because I was hurting. But I can honestly tell you, I've never just gone out of my way to try to hurt people for no reason. Like, I'm not a vindictive person. But I recognize too that a lot of what I've experienced seems to be the starter pack for the chosen journey, because I've spoken to a lot of individuals who have similar stories. So I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not. But let me hush up and get back to y'all comments here. Let me see. See, I'm telling y'all real ish. Like, this is my story. Like, A lot of people don't know because, like I said, a lot of the stuff I've had to bear on my own. Shoot, not even some of my relatives know the stuff I'm telling y'all. So just count yourself lucky if you're hearing this coming out of my lips today, because that's not something I really share with a lot of folks. Can't go back because the bad side's too bad and they don't fear God. Yeah, that's true. In our family, let me see. So let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to catch back up on some of these comments. La, 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 never knew that. Ooh, True Rise, I get targeted at my job. So, excuse me, True Fries has said, I get targeted at my job. I feel it in my back scalp burning. It's no joke. No, I hear you. And I know that freaking sucks, because that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's like it don't matter what avenue you try to go. Like, these people infiltrate your jobs, your just anywhere that you are. They're trying to infiltrate it and make you uncomfortable and harass you one way or another. And or these could be, coworkers that are just naturally being buttholes to you. And I'm sorry that that's happening to you. I hope that that's something that will resolve and get better. And definitely don't be afraid to call them out. Like, if you got to, stand up for yourself. Don't let these people walk all over you. That's one thing I know for sure, because we live in a time where people really mistake meekness for weakness. And it's like, nah, baby, I'm not weak by no means. Just because I have decorum and because I don't sit here and just go with anything and everything goes, doesn't mean that you can't get these hands. You get what I'm saying? Like, people think because you respectful and mannerable and that you're buttoned up and you're proper and prim, that you won't get dirty if you need to. And it's like, yeah, like, y'all, these folks really gonna mess around and find out one way or another. Like, it's really just a matter of time, if I'm being honest. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on some of these comments here. Like I said, I swear it's the first time I've seen so many. I'm appreciative of that. Place to me, I need to know about it. Yeah. So Jason McKim says if there's a place to meet, they need to know about it. Shoot, me too. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure this all out too. Like, where can we go where we can all just be together and just talk about our experiences, and outside of YouTube, of course, but where we can also possibly meet and just kind of vet each other out. Because again, I know there's infiltrators. I know there are. Most of my channel, I'm sure, is infiltrators. Like, when I look at my analytics and I see how many people be watching my videos but ain't subscribed, or watching my videos but they don't comment or whatever, like, I know who y'all is. I see y'all through the interwebs. I'm not stupid. But yeah, trust me, I'm trying to vet the same. Let's see. Yep. So I hope I'm saying this right. Caulk D says most people that are targeted have been placed on a government watch list. And I truly do believe that. Just because I'm like, my husband's been saying it perfectly since day one. He's like, babe, you're giving these regular folk way too much credit. Like, because some of the theories I formulated in my own mind, like, oh, they're doing this and they probably are meeting here, and like how you guys have seen in my series and stuff. And he's like, babe, like, I don't think it's that deep. He's like, I think a lot of these people are really just pawns. And sure enough, I believe he's right. And that, of course, there are bigger players at play who are working for even bigger, players. So it's like, yeah, I recognize that now. That's what I'm saying. It can be, just like I've been saying also, it can be, all things can be true. More than one thing can be true. So, and my whole thing is, I'm like, shoot, even if we are like But if we've not committed any active crimes, we're not criminals or whatever, like, so what? Like, you can watch, baby, watch away. And for me, it's that whole like you trying to infiltrate my space and trying to force yourself in my space or trying to force friendships and all. Like, don't do that. Like, because I always can see through that BS. Like, especially the people that be overly zealous to try to like get in my spaces. Are like, naturally leery of people in the first place. And like I told y'all in the IKEA video, but I've been working on that. But see, when this, like what I've been dealing with all week, goes on, that's what made me want to go back in turtle mode, because I'm like, nope, can't trust a soul, and I don't. But at the same time, I also the double-edged sword of all this is that I also know I can't get done what I need to get done without being able to trust some individuals. So that's what makes all this, like I said, that much more complicated and complex. But good point. All right, let me come back to current. Let's see. All righty. All right, so fine. Oh, so Ari Sapphira or Sophia, excuse me, says, which I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm sorry if I'm not. I told the feds about a predator I saw. They wanted me to let them know about if I saw him again. And instead of them going after him, they started asking me where I was, and they ended up watching. Yeah, and see, and that's what I'm saying. That's the BS that I mean. Like, that's why I know if I sit here and go, oh, these people, if these are individuals that either have some type of prestige in the area, because again, I am fairly new to the state as well as this area. I'm some random Joe Schmo going and trying to tell them someone who's probably been here their whole life, they're going to be looking at me sideways like, well, wait, they clearly, aren't one of us, or they're, new. So how do they figure that out? You get what I'm saying? So it's like, excuse me, I know that, like, I know how that'll come across, which is again what makes it even more challenging. Because I know to an unsuspecting individual who may not be aware of all this type of stuff going on in our country as well as the world, they might be like, why don't you just go to the police? Why don't you just file a restraining order? Why don't you just tell somebody? I'm like, baby, I've done that. Nothing got done. I'm still doing it. Nothing's getting done. So it's that whole like, yeah, if you're speaking up and you're telling people about it and they're still not doing anything about it, likelihood is that they're in. And my whole thing is I'm like, baby, I've been calling myself crazy. So hey, somebody calling me crazy don't mean nothing. Aria Sapphire, so trust me, that don't hurt my feelings. I'm like, I've been saying this for a while. I'm like, I feel like all of us got to be a little bit, off our rockers to be alive in this timeline, honestly, because there's a lot of crazy ish going on that don't make no lick of sense. So yeah, we all a little bit off kilter, if you ask me, because you can't be a sane person walking around and just tra la la, everything's perfect, everything's fine. Like if I see a person walking around like that, and I'm like, yeah, they're either still asleep or they just completely ignorant, because there ain't no way people aren't seeing all this stuff going on around us, all the natural calamities taking place, the heightened surveillance of folks and or regular citizens and stuff. Like there ain't no way you don't see this stuff, because I see it and I'm not even looking for it. Like, so um shit, I was actually able to see it in real time on another YouTuber like that I watch, Trend Genius. I was able to watch a couple of his videos recently, and I swear to you not, like, he was out walking, I guess, this regular track that he walks to do his videos, and I could see people behind him actively stalking him. Now, I'm not sure if he's someone that is aware of gang stalking and stuff like that, because I can't, again, I might be wrong, but I've not seen him do any content on gang stalking as far as I know. I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm not sure. But what's crazy is he kept looking back though, like checking behind him. So I'm like, nah, he like his spirit probably feel it too. I'm like, yeah, you're being watched, my dude. Like I'm seeing people turning around multiple times and just going back by him, back by him, back by. I'm like, bro, like you need to be careful. And that's how I feel about all of us that are a part of this stuff. Like we all got to be careful and just continue to keep our head on a swivel, because you might get a nut job that want to be bold enough to try to do something, and you just got to be ready. Because that's why I live by that motto: you ain't got to get ready if you stay ready. So, and that ain't on no tough guy act. Like I'm just saying, like just be ready for whatever, because you never know what people be on. You never know. That's what I'm saying is like for me, it's to the point where I say 95% of the time I'm at the house. I'm at the house, and then that 5%, I'm either popping out because I got to go like grocery shopping, or there's something I want to do. Like I said, me taking the IKEA trip last weekend was a switch up for me, because I hadn't been able to really do that in a while, unrelated to the gang stalking stuff. Or I hadn't been able to, or I hadn't done it in a while. Not couldn't do it, but I just hadn't. So for me, I slowly am tapping back into that side. I'm so like, no, like, don't touch me. Like, I'm gonna go where God please. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, girl, don't be stupid. Like, like you don't know, what these people got up their sleeve. And that's why, like, for me, like, I love telling them about themselves. Like, I'll say everything I feel out loud, because I'm like, I want you to hear what I think of you. Like, I'm not one of these people that's gonna bite my tongue. That's why, shoot, this past week alone, I done called them domestic terrorists and everything else, because I'm like, that's exactly what they are. The same thing that they probably sitting here trying to accuse us of being and doing is exactly what they're doing. So it's like, yeah, baby, you can't you can't make me feel any type of way, because I'm living a wholesome life. Like, I consider myself to live a very calm, cool, collected life. My main priorities is my family, myself, taking care of my little plant babies at this moment, like trying to enrich my mind, elevate myself. I'm all about self growth and improving on myself. So I can never be stagnant. I can never be still long enough to just resort to, this low vibrational energy. That's what I said. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, and catch me. That I catch that bug. I've caught that bug here and there throughout this targeting. Just because, like I said, that's my way of trying to fight back. I'm like, I'm not just gonna stand here and just take this ish. Like, y'all really got ish twisted if you think that I'm not above, like, you know, turning the tables back on y'all, because it is really that easy. I could if I wanted to, but because I'm a better person than y'all, I'm not, on most occasions anyway. Because I think we all got that little petty streak in us. I'm saying I don't necessarily consider myself a petty person, but I feel like low key hockey, these people have been like making me tap into that side just a little bit, because I just get tired. I get fed up. And I think that, shoot, honestly, that's just a drop in the bucket of what I could do or say or whatever. If I'm being completely honest with the stuff I know, they should consider themselves lucky I ain't done more, if I'm being honest. But again, I don't have the propensity for evil. Like, I'm not a evil, vicious person. But if you come for me, better yet, you come for my family, like, you gonna see a side of me you wish to God you would have never even had to see. And that's just being completely honest. And again, I don't think I'm the biggest, baddest, toughest chick walking the block, but I know I'm gonna do what I must to protect me and mine. I don't know how many more times I got to say it for people to believe it, but I walk it like I talk it. All right, hold on. What you guys saying? Oh, Jason, Jason McKim says, I love all of us. Me too, because we are some of the realest people walking this face of this earth. That's why they coming at us the way that they are. because we the real ones and they're the fake ones. That's why they sitting around watching us, trying to figure out what they should do next, because they're not authentic. They lack authenticity. They lack personality. They lack true truth. Excuse me. They lack identity. That's why, they're like trying to mimic what we do, what we wear, maybe how we dress, how we talk. And I know I don't make it easy for them, because I'm like, yeah, the thing about me is I'm always switching up my style and stuff. Like, and I'm not a main, oh, this is what's in season, so that's what I'm gonna wear. I wear primarily what I own and or what I want. So I'd be a trendsetter if I'm being completely honest. I'm not a trend follower. Like I said, me wearing all like sarcastic shirts and stuff now, or getting back to that, I've been on that. Like, I'll have a season where I do stuff like this, and then I switch it up again. I switch it up again. Like, I'm just being me. Hold on, what we got here. Okay, so Aria Sophia says, I also have been thinking that boys and men need to be taken more seriously about them going through all of this too. No, and I agree. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not, this isn't this isn't me just like, oh, just women. Like, no, anyone. That's why I open up to anyone. I don't know who's going through what they're going through, but I know most men are more likely to, keep it to themselves, just because they're men, and some of them have that sense of pride about themselves, like, oh, I don't want to seem like a punk or whatever. Like, but you're not. Like, you got to speak up for yourself. It doesn't make you, don't make you soft or none of that. Like, at least I don't feel that way, because I know that it takes strength and courage to speak out about injustices, especially ones being done towards yourself. Like, it takes a lot of courage to do that, especially when you got people all around you telling you what you're experiencing isn't what you're experiencing, or you need to just shut up and essentially just deal with it. And it's like, no, I don't. Like, when people are trying to project their BS on you, you don't got to take that. You ain't got to take that at all. I don't feel sorry for none of them. Like, if they going through their karma or trials or tribulations right now, baby, hey, you earned it. So deal with it. The difference between them and me is with that, I know I didn't do anything necessarily warrant this stuff. So hey, they can feel how they want to feel. But yeah, these men, the good ones like ourselves who are going through this type of stuff, absolutely, they should be able to speak up and speak out without being made to feel any different. I agree. Let's see. Subversive awareness says, yeah, there are lots of paid trolls online to purposely discredit us. Absolutely. Before I became a YouTuber, I feel so weird to say that. I'm sorry. Before I became a content creator on YouTube, I feel better saying that. Um, I would watch, like I said, at the time, I wasn't aware that these were people who would be considered like being in the TI community and or chosen, like I said, whatever we want to call ourselves at this point. But I would see like a lot of the comments like being like shisty and coming at them sideways about what they were saying. And I'm like, why are people like being so mean? Like, I don't get that. But then, like I said, once I made my channel and I started experiencing some of the same, I'm like, I get it now. Like, these are the people that are paid to just sit on our channels, watch every post, maybe even comment. Cause I think I read somewhere talking about these people are put on like a schedule to comment ever so frequently to see if they can get you to respond and react. And I've definitely had a few on my channel where I reacted, and I didn't realize who they probably were, who they probably were until after the fact. But then I was like, okay, I see y'all trying to even on here, y'all trying to get me to react and tap into my energy and all that. So That's why, like, now I am selective about the comments that I respond to. And I do give subscribers priority now. If you're a subscriber, I'm more likely to respond to you if I respond. So I'm gonna just put that little tidbit out there. So if you're one of these bots that's watching my channel, you ain't subscribed, but you show up every time I post something, I ain't got time for you. And then another thing I will say about the comments is that, at least from what I've been experiencing, is that they'll be making comments about things that are either irrelevant to whatever post that I've made that has nothing to do with what I talked about in the post, or live, whatever, and or they'll make comments or phrases about things that I've spoken about over through the week in my personal phone calls, which is another signal to me like, yeah, I know you're a bot on here. Like, I believe one of the lives I did, what was it? Friday? No, not Friday. Was it Friday? See, look, this stuff, I'm so over this stuff. Like, I don't even remember when I put all that out. Or excuse me. Yeah, it was Friday. Excuse me. So someone had made a comment about me looking cute in my bonnet. Now, to anybody else, that would have meant absolutely nothing other than, oh, she looked cute in her bonnet. But I knew that that was a bot because that was a comment that my husband made to me in our personal phone call this past week. So for those that are participating in those, like, commenting on my channel, the BS, if you didn't know that I know, I know. And again, all it does is just prove what I've been saying. Because my whole thing is, I'm like, I'm a married woman. I've been saying that since the inception of my channel. I am a married woman. Check the bling. Don't mind the ashiness, but check the bling. I'm married. 16 years. All right, 16. We've known each other longer than that, though. And so when I see stuff like that, talking about, oh, my appearance or calling me cute stuff, I don't react to stuff like that, in the sense that I don't need validation from the internet or nobody. And that's no disrespect to those of you who are truly here for the good stuff of my channel. But I don't need validation about my appearance, none of that. I have a wonderful husband who affirms me every day. He calls me his goddess. I never asked him to call me that. I never looked at myself in that way. This man literally worships me. All right. Not that I asked him to do anything like that, but that's how deep our bond is. That's the type of love we have for each other. My husband affirms me daily. So I don't need it from nobody else. I'm not a pick me. I'm not a woman on here looking for attention. I swear to God, I'm not. So when I see stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, I know you a bot. If I'm being honest. Yeah, because I'm the type of person, like, I am the type of person, like, if someone's flirting with me, I am completely oblivious. Completely oblivious. Like, unless you just come out and outright say it, I'm completely oblivious. I've had people, I've had men come up to me in Walmart and literally call me gorgeous. And it just completely catch me off guard. I'm like, oh, thank you. And then go about my day. I've had another man in Walmart literally call me delicious. Don't know the man. I had never seen the man a day in my life, but I remember I was walking down a aisle just shopping. Oh, you look delicious and scrumptious. I'm like, what the fuck? I told him thank you. I was already smiling, but I was smiling. I was like, oh, thank you. And then I just go on by my day. But I'm like, I've never been the type of woman that put herself out there like that. Like, I'm not an attention seeker. I get plenty from my husband. Like, he loves me to death. So, and I love him right back. But yeah, like, I really, really am appreciative of my spouse, because I do recognize also that I know that that's a thing in the TI community. Like, oh, most of us tend to be alone. I'm here to show you that's not always true. I've always felt like my husband and I have been connected on a spiritual level that I've never really been able to explain. Like, maybe I'll get into a live about my and his meeting if you guys are interested in that. He's already also agreed that he doesn't mind unveiling himself to you guys on the channel. If you guys are interested in getting to know him and a little bit of how he feels about the stuff going on, y'all just, let me know. But he and I've known each other for quite some time. And the level of connection that he and I share is like none other that I've ever experienced with anyone else in my life. We've the thing between us, even when we were younger, even as like teen parents and stuff like that. We've always had this like something that drew us to each other. And I recognize, like I said, not every TI has that type of love or support system. And again, I'm not saying this to try to make anybody feel weird or like, oh, rubbing anybody. Like, it's not about that for me. I'm just letting you guys know that, no, there are some of us that were blessed with a partner to still have to go through this BS with. But what I can say is that I feel like he has positioned himself in my life in particular, that he is my protector. He's like, he says it all the time, that that's his main like thing for me, is to make sure I feel protected, that I feel loved, that I feel cared for. And I do feel all those things, but it just sucks, like I said, with all this stuff going on, that people see that and they get mad or jealous or whatever they feel, because again, what they feel is irrelevant. But I say that because I'm like, yeah, like nothing they do will ever stop that bond and what we have. Like, we've been through a lot together, like a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. But I believe that if someone's meant for us and meant to be in our, or be our partner in this life, that they'll find you. Like, because with my husband, I didn't seek him out. He sought me out. I didn't even know him. I didn't even know him from Adam. And our bond is like none other that I've shared with anybody in my life. Like, I feel like he and I, like, this is the best way I can put it. If any of you have ever seen the movie, what was it, Hitchcock or Hancock, excuse me, not Hitchcock, Hancock, where it was like Will Smith's character and Charlize Theron's character, and they were supernatural beings, deities, whatever you want to call them. But they would always forget each other. I forget what the main premise, like the particulars, but what always stood out to me was like how at the end they would always find each other. That's the way I feel about me and my husband. Like, I feel like he and I have been through life before, and we found each other and we keep finding each other. Like, that's how I feel. Like, I feel like I know him on a level that I've never known anyone else. And like, no matter what happens, we always come back together. Like, it's I'm telling you, this stuff is spiritual. Like, it's stuff that I've just did my best to explain it, but it's stuff that if you just don't get it, you don't get it. But it still blows my mind to this day, the type of bond that we share. Exactly. I agree. If we're able to get away from these stalkers, it'd be easier to find each other. It would be, because in the grand scheme of things, they're the background noise. We're all in our respective corners trying to reach out and find each other, but we can't because we're trying to sift through all these BS people. And it just sucks because I know that there's more of us than we even realize, but we got all these BS bots infiltrating our spaces and trying to, fudge that up essentially. And I know I've always felt that way. I've been saying it for a while. Like, I want to find my tribe. I want to find my people. I want to be around my people. I want to be around, intellectuals like myself. I want to be around people who think like I do and feel like I do. That's like, especially myself and my husband. We've always felt that way. Like, we just can't wait to, you know, like have another like married couple group or friends or whatever that we could be with, or just people who think like we do, but we just have a hard time. And I guess that's where I'm grateful, at least for the interwebs, because we're able to find each other on here, if not anything else. Let's see, maybe who don't have things. Yeah, no, it's not. You have this room. And so back on the spouse note, because Aria made a good point. It is weird to me that and finding that a lot of the individuals that are in this program are spouses. Like, that is just the weirdest thing to me, because in my mind, I'm like, well, shoot, my favorite pastime would be being with my spouse. Like, when my husband came home Saturday, that man swept me off my feet. He brought me my favorite flowers. He fed me. He nurtured me. He just tended to me because he knew what I needed in that moment. He didn't, because normally, like, when he come home, I'm like unloading on him about everything that's transpired, and he's my safe space. Like, he's one of the people I feel the safest with. So, naturally, he's like one of the only people outside of you guys that I can talk about this stuff with, because no one else in this vicinity gives a flip about me. And I know that. Like, that's why I wouldn't sit here and waste my time trying to enlighten them on what I'm dealing with, because they don't care, because it ain't them, and or they're complicit, and or they're part of it, whatever reasons. But he didn't even give me energy to do that. And like I said, my little ADHD brain, or everyone in my household is pretty much not neurodivergent in some way, shape, or form, of professionally diagnosed or not. We all know, like, we're different, and we 100% rock and stand firm in our differences. Like, we're okay being who we are. But he came home in a way that I wasn't even able to get out my first word about anything. He's just like, baby, you ain't nope, right now it's us. We here. You ain't got to worry about it. He, like I said, he took care of me the way that I need to be taken care of. He just loved me, and he just nurtured me. And I was after that, I was on cloud 11. I'll say I was like, you know what, baby, you right. Why am I bugging? like, like that's how it is when you have a good supportive spouse, that really knows you. She knows you better than even yourself sometimes. Excuse me, and knowing how to tend to your needs, and knowing what you need. And mind you, my husband done drove damn near 3 hours to come home. Had time, stop, get flowers. I did not ask him for none of this stuff. Got us, dinner the same night, all that. And that's why I told him, I said, babe, I said, if you're pushing for platinum status, you got it. Like, he outdid himself. He 100% outdid himself. And I thanked him so much, because I was like, I really freaking love you, dude. Like, you have no idea how much. Well, he does, but like, and I do the same for him in return. Like, I have 100% always been supportive of him. So when I see other people in this program that have spouses and are doing this stuff together, I'm like, so that's y'all pastime as a married couple, is to go out and harass people? You're not happy. Like, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. You're not a happy person, because happy people don't have time to go out and do stuff like that, or wouldn't waste their time doing stuff like that, like trying to mess up someone else's happiness, especially as a couple. I think that's what weirds me out the most about that. I'm like, you're married, like I'm married. Like, the same love, care, and affection I receive from myself, you could easily be getting that from yours. But no, instead of y'all working on your relationship, you're over here worrying about mine. I I can't make it make sense, people. For those of us, like I said, that are in relationships, marriages, what have you, situationships, whatever you want to call it, or for those of you who ain't even choosing to date, which I can understand. Like, I've been told, like, the dating scene these days just ain't It ain't what it's supposed to be no more. People just really are untrustworthy a lot of the times. And I get it. Like, for those of you who are just choosing to rock solo dolo, I get it. But I want to also tell you, I believe that you have a partner and that your partner just ain't found you yet, because ain't none of us supposed to be alone, obviously. Otherwise, we wouldn't keep trying to find each other. And shoot, who's not to say by us coming together and uniting that you won't find your partner within the same kingdom? Because what are the chances that my husband and I ended up going through the same experiences? Like, he and I had similar stories from our youth, you know, growing up in dysfunctional homes and abuse, and like we both were like here on a lot of things. And there are just some things about our relationship I'm like, no, this ain't regular. This ain't no regular type of love. Like, this is something special here. Like, that I still to this day have a hard time like really explaining it. But for me, I want that for everyone. I'm not one of these evil people that's like, oh, I got my happiness on you. No, I want this for everybody. I want everyone to feel like how I feel in my relationship, but with your person, not with my person. I want you to find your person and have that with your person. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean that when I say that. I wouldn't say it unless I meant it. That's what I want for everyone. But for when I see these people, like I said, that are in relationships or that are married and they're still doing what they're doing, like, baby, you're not really happy. That probably ain't your person. Because if you had your person, that person will make you forget all about doing that. Just like my husband was able to come home and make me forget all about this BS, even if for a little while that we've been going through. If you ain't got a spouse, if you're a person that's part of that and you ain't got a spouse that can do that for you, that ain't your person. That's a seat filler. That's how I feel, me personally. Because if you're being loved properly, if you know what I mean, on all aspects, if you're being loved properly, that'd be the farthest thing from your mind. The farthest thing. No problem. Shoot, I appreciate every last one of y'all that's in here, that's stuck it out in this live this long, because I didn't know I was gonna be this long-winded today. But hey, I guess I got a lot on my heart. My thing is, hey, if I can't go out and enjoy the sunlight, you know, in public without being harassed and all this stuff, then I'm gonna sit right here in the comfort of my home and still send y'all this love and this good energy and this good vibes, because I recognize more of us need this. This is the nurturing that so many of us need, so that we don't turn into them. Because I will never let myself go to that. I got too many people in this house that love me for me to let my heart grow cold and become evil and miserable like them. I refuse. I love my life, even despite all this BS. I love my life. Oh, you said, talking about, I said my gang sauce needs some D. Hey, I've been saying the same thing. I'm right there with you. Or some good D or P, whatever they subscribe to. Because I'm telling you, you got somebody that's doing what they doing right. You ain't gonna be on that ish for long. That's all I'm saying. That's just me. And you know, let me stop, because I ain't one to like to kiss and tell. But all I'm saying is, if they was receiving, you know, like they supposed to, it's kind of hard to stay mad when, you know, it's hard. That's all I'm gonna say. Trying to keep it respectful, because I recognize not everybody participating in that either. Some people out here abstaining intentionally, and I respect that. Because I promise you, if I wasn't married, I'd be on the same. I've been telling my husband, I said, hey, or we like to joke around with each other, like, hey, if this don't work out for whatever reason, me and him don't work out, I'm like, baby, I ain't doing this with nobody else. Like, I'm done. I'm Dunsville. I'm gonna just be me, myself, and I. Oh my goodness. Y'all cracking me up today. Married couple ain't have, yeah. Well, my thing is, I'm like, well, if they are, that's a weird pastime to have. Like, that's a really strange pastime to be watching another couple. Because again, this is not the first time I've experienced this. Like, this is some of the similar like energy I was getting when we were in San Diego. People be out, my husband and I are going out on dates and stuff, and just see them sitting across the street just watching us and looking at it. And I'm like, yeah, y'all could easily do the same. Like, dude, you can go take your woman out. Like, if so press, but nah. And I guess because we're being happy. I think it's also because we're being happy and joyful despite what they're doing, their efforts to ruin our happiness. It's not causing us to infight. It's not causing us to, try to divorce or nothing. Like, I think that's what it is too, that it makes them, crash out. It's like, oh, we're doing all this stuff and they're still just as lovey-dovey, and like, absolutely, because we love each other. Like, like, what else am I supposed to do? If anything, it makes us double down on being that much more in love, and caring for each other and tending to each other's emotional needs as well as our physical needs and all that. Like, whatever we need. Like, my husband and I talk daily. He's my best friend also. Like, he's, pretty much, hey, my phone be dry. And that's by design. Like, I don't want y'all thinking, like, oh, she ain't got nobody talking. No, my phone be dry because that's how I like it. Because most of the time, people only want to call me when they got issues going on and want to pull me into their mess. But then, like I said, when I need help, it's in nobody came, nobody available. Phone going just straight to voicemail. Like I said, maybe with the exception of one other person that I talk to. But outside of that, it's just me, myself, and I, my mans, and my chilling. That's it. No, and I think people have this like false illusion that, oh, you're happy if you're able to make a baby and all that. Baby, you know how many kids being made just because it's just something to do? A lot of people be out here making babies, and I'm like, yeah, anybody can make a baby. Like, that ain't hard to do. But making love to someone, like enriching their, like touching them spiritually, physically, mentally, it's a deeper connection than just physical. Anybody can hop in the sack and, get a little premature pumps. Anybody can do that. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that deep soul connection. That does not come on a daily. Like, I can sit here and give y'all statistics, especially when it comes to the female counterpart, that a lot of these women ain't never experienced a release from the region that they supposed to have it from. A lot of them be faking. A lot of them be stroking their man ego because they don't want to hurt his feelings. So I know what I'm talking about. Like, that's facts. But yeah, trust me, ooh, all this is really just a play on our energy to keep us off track from achieving our own personal goals. Because I noticed that, like, with this week in particular, I'm like, this week I had started out on an endeavor, like I said, to further improve on my channel and stuff like that specifically. And then that's when all the BS started happening. I'm like, dang, like, how is it every time I start trying to do something even more positive for myself, my channel, my followers, whatever, here come the, increase of attacks. I'm like, this is some BS. Like, like this don't make no sense. And a lot of it's just supposed to be distraction to keep us off of our, off of her game. But I'm not gonna stop. Like, I might take as many breaks as I need, but I'm not stopping. I'm gonna keep going. And then, like, vocalizing that I want our community to unite, like, I'm still standing on that. I still want that. Shit, it ain't just for y'all, it's for me too. I need another safe space. I need some other, sisters and brothers from other mothers that I can shoot the with, My husband and I, we love each other company a whole hell of a lot, but we getting to that point too. Like, yeah, we wanna be able to have the same thing with other people too. But we just not desperate for it. Like, it's what we desire, but we're not desperate for it. Like, we're not gonna put ourselves in a bad situation or a bad spot to get that. Because I'm the type of person, like, if it isn't authentic, if it doesn't happen naturally, I don't want it. Like, if I feel like it's forced, if I feel like it's coerced, if I feel like it's a setup, I don't want it. Because I've experienced that. I've experienced people trying to force themselves into my life in real time, trying to force like a quick connection fast. And it's like, whoa, pump your brakes. I don't really know you. Because for me, that comes off as like desperation, like, yeah, you got a clingy energy. Nah, I'm not with that. Like, I just met you and you already talking about, oh, come to my house and let's do that. I'm like, baby, I gotta vet you first. Like, especially like you somebody want to eventually get around my family, especially like, like, I gotta be smarter than that. I have children, I have a spouse, and then it's like, yeah, I can't just be around any and everybody. It depends on what energy you on. So I look at it like this. I'm like, being a part of this community gets you in the door. It still doesn't mean you get full unlimited access to me. And that's just me being completely honest. Because I got a lot of trust issues when it comes to people. I don't know if y'all noticed that or not. I got a lot of trust issues. But as you've also heard today, is rightfully warranted. And I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way. And I 100% respect that. That's why, for me too, I recognize that me showing up on here and just trying to be consistent is my way of trying to, show up and show myself and reveal myself to you all, to let you know that I'm not no bot, I'm not no plant, I'm not, on here just trying to get clicks and views. Like, yeah, that stuff is nice, but that's not why I started my channel. Like, I've joked about it, like, oh yeah, if they watch me so mad, they can help me get a bag, blah, blah, blah. But that's just me just talking, shooting the shit. Like, at the real honest to God core of things, that really doesn't make me or break me. Like, how I look at my bills gonna get paid regardless. Like they've been getting paid all these years before I started this YouTube. So that ain't it for me. I've never been a person to overly obsess about money. I am slowly coming to realize that, yeah, it holds some type of importance, but it's not all and be all. And that's just me. I've never been a money type person. Like, that's just, I don't know. Like, I've always been weird. Like, it feel weird. Like, if I'm being honest, but now I'm waking up and realize, like, yeah, Ash, you might feel that way, but you still gotta, that's how you're going to be able to make your dreams come true. Because there's things I want for my family that, I'm not saying that we can't get it with just like my husband's income alone, because we definitely could. It might take some time, but we could. But I'm like, hey, if I can get on here and it monetize my channel and I can help speed that up, and like I said, the stuff that I'm wanting to do is like, I'm trying to go big. I'm trying to go big. And it might even open up opportunities for me to be able to invite some of you all in, and we can really, really make some stuff happen, because we'll actually have a safe space where we'll know we all can trust one another and make stuff happen for each other. Like, that's the type of stuff I'm on right now. And unfortunately, I can't make that happen without money, unfortunately. So I recognize that now. That's the folly. And then I recognize that money in and of itself isn't evil. I know that, But I don't know. That's just something I've always, a little tidbit I wanted to drop also while I'm passing, because that's something I always struggle with. Trying to afford them too fast. Wait, so what'd you say? Aria Sophia, LOL, sorry if I seemed that way. Wasn't trying to force nothing too fast, LOL. Definitely excited about making a difference and someone willing to take action. LOL, sorry, I'll pull back a little. No, that wasn't that wasn't directed at you per se. Like, no, I don't, baby, I don't even know you. Like, we don't know you like that. So that's that's like, I'm speaking in general, and then also just from personal experiences that I've already with certain individuals. I just, again, they're not relevant enough for me to sit here and mention. But when it comes to, you guys, that's why I do consider my channel my oasis. That's why I called it that. It's my oasis to be able to escape all this fakeness going on around me. And that's why I get on here and talk about what I want to talk about and show you guys what I want to show you guys, so that I can put out those feelers for people who rock with the stuff that I rock with and draw you in, because that's why I don't do tags and all that on my videos, because I want the traffic. I want the people that's naturally coming to my channel to be authentic. And that's how I look at it, is that the energy that I put out is going to naturally draw in the people that rock with it. So please, yeah, don't take that personal. I didn't mean that personal. I don't even know you, sweetheart. Like, ain't nothing personal. Not unless I have met you and you got a reaction out of me or something like because again, the interwebs is a funny place. I'm just saying. But no, it's all love. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's all love. And say I'm a take action kind of person for sure. Yes, because I got trust issues too. We would have to put our money together. Okay, sorry, I was commenting a lot. Oh no, like, no, that's not the issue. Because again, like, this is the most I've been able to see comments, like, from a vast majority of you all. Like, it's all good. I appreciate the shoot, y'all just showing up in here. And those of you all who are still here, like, I appreciate every last one of you. Cause I really, really always struggled with speaking my piece to others, because I just felt like nobody want to hear what I got to say. But you guys have continually showed up and affirmed me and let me know, like, no, what I'm saying rocks with you, resonates with you in some way, shape, or form. So that means a lot to me, to be able to just get on here and speak up about what I'm dealing with and encourage others to do the same in their own way and in their own time. Because again, I'm not trying to force anyone to do anything that they're not ready to do or want to do it all. That's why I said, even if you don't want to speak up for you, I'll be that talk piece. You send me your proofs, I'll present it to the courts if it come to that far. Like, shoot, I'll do it. I'll be the test dummy. I'm cool with that, because I feel like I ain't got nothing to lose in that retrospect. Ain't no reputation for them to ruin. They already been doing that, so bring it. That's how I feel. Yeah, me too. Crystal method, me too. I used to be the person that would let my angers and frustrations stack and stack and stack and stack until one person triggered me, and then that's how it was this past week. I let it stack, tick, 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 tick. That's why I have to keep finding new ways to be able to express my angers and frustrations in a healthy way, so that I can get back to normal, or my normal at least. But yeah, don't hold on to that stuff too long. That's why I stay journaling about things. Talking to my spouse helps. Like I said, I have a family friend that I have been like talking to recently, that we've been able to reconnect and start talking. And it has been helping, I will admit that. But at the same time too, it's like, I don't want to pull them into what I'm experiencing, because I don't want them to like inadvertently become a target too. And so, like, I think that's the other part about all this that makes it suck so bad, because it's like, it really does attempt to isolate you 100%. It really does make you feel like you can't go to anyone, because if you're a kind soul like myself, like, you don't really want someone else to have to experience what you're experiencing. And I don't want people to get roped into this mess. But at the same time, I don't want to sit on my hands about it either. Like, I want to be able to speak up and speak and speak candidly about what's going on, without feel like it's gonna make someone else suffer for it. Like I don't want no one to suffer on my behalf. Oh, Philly girl. Okay, hey, what's up, Queen? I would like to connect. I'm going through the same thing for 5 years. Wow. So yeah, you've been in this fight longer than I have myself. So I'm sorry to hear that. But okay. Um, if you don't mind my asking, are you in Arizona or are you like in a different state? If you want to share the nation, you don't have to. You can just say yes or no, or we can chat in private or something. Yes, I'd rather have them be oblivious, but at the same time, we need to talk about it. Yes. And for some of us, talking about it, crystal method is a healthy way to get it out. And also, when we talk about it to others, we can ping ideas off of each other. Because I've always been a person, I love hearing other people's POVs about stuff. Like, because I'll be the first one, oh my God, like I didn't think about it like that. Like, I love hearing other people's POVs. DMV. DMV, is that DMV? Is that I want to say Detroit, Michigan, or is that DC? Because geographically I'm challenged. So you're gonna have to break it down to me. Just start speaking out about it. Good for you, Philly girl, good for you, and keep doing it. We got this. I'm telling you, they can't stop us all. We all, hey, all we do every week is all of us get on here and flood. They can't stop us all. That's all I'm saying. Oh, DC, Maryland. Okay. Okay, hey. Keep doing what you're doing. And unfortunately, we know the attacks are gonna ramp up because we're doing it, but that's how you know you're doing something right. I know how that sounds, but unfortunately, the devil don't attack his own. That's something I know to be true. Because if you weren't doing what you're doing, and you weren't receiving attacks, and be like, yeah, you might want to reassess your life and be like, dang, like I'm speaking up about this, but I'm still not, getting attacked or whatever. But no, how you get attacked is how you know you on the right track. Unfortunately, I can't make sense of why that got to be that way, but it just seems to be the truth. It takes a lot of courage, though. It takes a lot of courage. And I know a lot of people might think like, oh, this is see, like doing noise campaigns. I don't even know if y'all can hear that. This is what I be dealing with all throughout the week. The zipping and zooming and revving people engine. Like they be doing the most, but what they feel to us, I am so like over it. Like it don't even matter. Like I said, I just be wondering how the neighbors be feeling about all that stuff. Cause I know they got smaller children than I got, but I digress. But yeah, so what was I saying? Excuse me. Had a squirrel moment. Excuse me. What was it? See, look, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I feel like we're coming on the precipice of something. I feel like we're at an impasse. So something's gonna have to give. That's what I feel. Are you on TikTok or IG? I posted my videos on there as well. People are quick to call you crazy or even suffering from psychosis. No, I am as of right now, YouTube is the only platform I'm on. Like I said, I am working on something else. I'm just not gonna speak it because again, I haven't secured it yet. And I believe all in that whole, move in silence and don't talk about what you're gonna do until you get it done, and then it's okay to talk about it. So but I am working on something else, creating another platform or another area that we can reconvene and stuff like that about certain things. But but hey, I'm not above making one. Because again, the only reason I haven't really been interested in joining back on other platforms, because I know like for sure we're like, yeah, I think with TikTok and IG now, like Meta owns all that stuff, which I know is like Facebook, company or whatever. And I'm trying to avoid stuff like that, like to play. Like ever since Facebook went meta, I completely like disconnected. I did recently, like over the last year, try to get back on Facebook, but it was more so like for a homeschool group for my sons, but it didn't pan out. So and then I low key was kind of trying to figure out like local neighborhood stuff at the time where I was at, but I didn't, like I said, I didn't keep it. But I don't know. I try to stay away from that stuff. That's what I said. I feel like YouTube is one of the original platforms I've always like been on and been, always come back to, if I'm being completely honest. And from what I've understand is that a lot of people have been saying like TikTok has not been the same since they made that Chinese company sell it to Meta or Facebook or whatever. So I don't know. Like I just my approach to things, like especially with my channel, is different than I recognize in like most like YouTubers who do put themselves out there on all the platforms. Like, but like I said, for me, that's exposure in the sense of like trying to garner attention and views just for the sake of it isn't my goal. My goal is to draw authentic people to me. And I feel like they'll find me, like how so many of you already have, whatever way that you found me. So for me, I feel like it just helps me have more control over, you know, who's finding me and how they're finding me and all that type of stuff. Like just me personally. Excuse me, but I'm not above checking out, you guys' content. I had another subscriber give me a link to a young lady's channel, a tarot reader. I can't recall her name at this moment. I wish I could, so I give her adequate shout out. But like a lot of what she was saying, like was like spot on about a lot of things going on right now. And I really resonated with it. So for that subscriber who put that, because I know I had kind of talked to you a little bit this with some of my other videos. I appreciate you posting that and sending that. Let me see. Okay, Sophia says, I can feel it in the air. It's weird. We all can feel the same feelings in the air through all this, like in end of something is near. I only have YouTube too because of everything and being hacked. Yes, and that's another point. Like when I tell y'all, I swear I low key need to just go ahead and get my IT certificate. All of the freaking electronic combatants I've been doing, like just in general, and then this week alone, I swear I'm gonna be a goddamn professional at this point. Like I'm gonna know it all by the time all this mess is done with, because they really been coming at my tech stuff hard. And how I know it's them is because like no one else in my family really experiences it on the level that I experience it. I'm not saying that they probably haven't messed with their stuff, but it seemed like when it comes to anything that got my name on it, they trying to get it. Like with my phone, like I've been dealing with all week, all week. I want to de-Google everything. Yeah, Google can be hella intrusive, but that's what I'm saying. Like I'm recognizing that there's so much about a lot of this stuff. It kind of all goes hand in hand because they recruit too many people. Yeah, possibly. And I honestly, Crystal Method, I feel like that's gonna be to their detriment. Like all of the people that they're involving, I'm like, yeah, eventually y'all gonna run out of people that's stupid enough to go along just to get along. Because that's what I'm saying. Like you tell me you got one conscious thinker in the bunch, nobody to critically think for themselves, to come to you know, the understanding like, oh, well, wait a minute. We're doing this because they said such and such and such a person is this or doing that or blah, blah, blah. But when I'm out here watching them and surveilling them, they just spending time with their family. They just at home, tending to their garden or on their YouTube talking about, yeah, conspiracy or whatever you want to call it, but they're not hurting nobody. They ain't breaking no laws. That's what I'm saying. Like it's sad. It's really 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 sad. I was recommending your channel in the main homepage of YouTube when I saw your surveillance camera. Surveillance camera. Well, shoot, I'm not gonna lie to you. I wasn't sure how my channel stuff was getting out there. I just assumed a lot of it was being hijacked by the bots because I know, like I said, with my Gang Stalker series, I were on there and like sharing my stuff off YouTube, like through Quora and Facebook, um, Disc, not Discord, Signal, and because YouTube tell you all that. They tell you where your stuff is being shared. Like if some of y'all aren't YouTubers and you don't know that, like your analytics like give you a real good snapshot of how your information is being shared or where it's being shared. So when I recognize it, I'm like, oh, I'm getting all these views, but like have like 20 subscribers. I'm like, but yeah, but no, shoot, I appreciate it. I mean, the algorithm is algorithming, I guess, and getting it in front of the right individuals. I can believe that. I know they've been working hard to try to do the same to mine this week, but like I said, I stay on top of my electronic stuff. Like I'm consistently updating or as best my ability. Like I said, my only downfall is the fact that I'm using older devices, and I know they know that. And I think that's why I've been so vulnerable. But like I said, I'm a do better. Like that's one of the other areas that I'm working on, going ahead and getting my newer electronics in place. I know that's still not a foolproof thing, but it'll definitely help. And then just like from what I'm seeing from the nation in general, like they're like hacking of anybody's anything has been up. I think what was it? I saw an article that like Google and Outlook patrons have been like warned to protect their emails and stuff like that. And ironically, those are two of the main ones that I've been experiencing a lot of the attacking or attacks with, or like hijacking, like my accounts being linked, to like stuff that I know that I've like unsubscribed from, or have closed accounts, and it's somehow still coming up. Oh, hold on, my battery done. It's still coming up. Excuse me. Wish y'all home. Give me 1 second. Oh goodness, this thing is really in here. Sorry, I'm watching me struggle. Turn this on. Okay. Oi. Oi, vey. All right, we're back in business. Okay. Sorry. Thank y'all for bearing with me while I get that plugged in. But yeah, so a lot of the hacking, like I said, all over has been up, and it does make me wonder if a lot of this stuff is like intentional just because of everything that's taking place in the administration. And I ain't gonna get into all that, but again, if y'all are watching, there's a lot of breaches taking place on more than one level. That's all I'm gonna say. So it really does make me wonder, like, what is going on in our country, what is going on in the world, where it's like everyday citizens, information and stuff is being just pretty much compromised all across the board. And then when you're a TI, it's like it's doubly so. It ain't just degular hackers, it's everything else in between. Let me see. Philly girl, they have had. Oh, yeah. So I read that. So, Sophia, so your last house, when the neighbors kept kicking the ball and the dogs and walking through your front yard, that guy staring in your window was crazy. Yeah, staring in my window. I'm not going to lie to you. I've kind of like removed myself from a lot of that negativity, Sophia. However, Yeah, no, at the last place, because that was a rental, like that wasn't like my property or whatever. But again, like if you read your lease agreements, um, if you are a renter, when you read that stuff, the verbiage is phrased that it's you are in control of the premises legally. So meaning that you basically are acting as the quote unquote owner of the premises when you rent anywhere. You have the permission to tell people to leave, to tell people to get lost. You have you have those rights. And legally that those areas, like I said, the driveway and then like the walkway and stuff like that leading up to our front door and porch at that time was legally our right to be able to tell them, hey, you need to leave or please stop or whatever. Like I said, that at a time where I personally hadn't found my voice yet. So I was just letting it go, letting it go, letting it go. Um, Still getting upset about it, but ultimately letting it go, not going out there and letting them have it or whatever. And like I said, when they were using a lot of times using their kids, using their animals and stuff like that, it's like these people know what they're doing. They know that it bothers me in one way, shape, or form, but they're still doing it. So it's like, how can I continue to sit here and try to correct a grown ass adults? You get what I'm saying? Because I'm the type of person like I feel like everyone is old enough to know better, but I recognize that we do have a lot of mentally stunted adults running around here, emotionally stunted adults running around who, probably didn't get enough ass whoopings as a kid, if I'm being completely honest. Because just the way that I was raised, like you don't do ish like that. You respect people's property, you respect people's personal space. I raised my children to do the same. That's why, like I said, I mentioned in one of my videos that I had the same issue with my son disrespecting someone's space, and I got right on his ass. Like I did not sit there and placate and make excuses for him. No, I held him 100% accountable and we dealt with it. I didn't, sit there and keep allowing him to do that ish. Like, no, I don't play that. Because like I told him, I said, look, I don't want nobody coming out here bothering my peace. So why are you out here trying to bother somebody else? We're not doing that. And again, when I found out that with that particular situation, it's because he was following behind someone else that he shouldn't have been. He should have been being a leader in that moment, not a follower. Because my sons, I've raised them in a way where I've not sugarcoated anything with them. I keep them 100% up and on the know about what they're supposed to be doing and how they're supposed to conduct themselves, whether they at the house or not. And I live by that. That's why, for me at the end there, with all these people's children, I'm like, okay, well, if they're okay with their children acting like hooligans or whatever, let them. Because at the end of the day, if they won't respect other people's property, space, etc., I don't gotta teach them. The world will teach them because they'll mess around and try to do that to somebody else who ain't as nice as I was, and or who wasn't as much as a pushover as I was in that moment. Because somebody else could just take them out, and let them know how they feel in that moment, and it'll go get your mama if you feel it like. So y'all know the type, y'all know the energy that some adults be on. I'm not one of those adults. I do my best not to try to sit here scarring people's children because I'm a scarred former child, so I know what that feel like, and I wouldn't want to, be the what's the word I'm looking for, the experience that some child got to go back and recount. Yeah, I remember this black lady screamed and yelled at me, and I'm like, I wasn't trying to do all that. Like now I don't care. Like, hey, it's not my job to protect your child feelings. That's your job as a parent to protect your child. But if you're allowing your child to sit there and do all that f stuff, then hey, they little bad butt need to be told. Like I said in the IKEA video, sometimes, hey, you might have to be that adult that tell them about themselves because they may not be hearing it from anybody else. They may not be hearing it from their parents. And oftentimes children end up growing up to respect adults who are truthful with them and who tell them stuff like that. They may not like it in the moment, but as they grow up, they can remember, oh yeah, I remember when Miss Such and Such corrected me when I was getting out of pocket, or blah blah blah. Like, I have many stories like that myself growing up. And I have nothing but the utmost respect for those adults that cared enough to stop me and talk to me. But I don't know. We live in such a weird world where a lot of these parents that allow their children to do stuff like that, they really they don't have no qualm about it. It's weird, like, and they almost encourage it. So I don't know, just different type of parenting styles, I guess, and upbringings. Cause like I said, where how I was raised, they would have been on my behind if I did some mess like that. And then as far as like the adults, like you were saying, looking in my window and stuff, I don't really know um what made them think that that was okay to do. Because like I said, I experienced that on multiple different levels. And I want to say it may have been a mimic of, like I said, I addressed it in one of my videos about the sidewalk getting like their house numbers to report them to the landlord at the time. But I was never close enough to be able to see in anyone's house or anyone's window. But these people literally like come in the grass, feet away from my house to be able to like be close enough to see what I'm doing in my house, or in my apartment at that time. So I was like, yeah, these people are on weird time. Like I don't know what they got going on. But that's why, like I said, now somebody come do that if they want to. I shoot all my shit blacked out with window film and cleans and stuff, so it wouldn't matter for the most part. Excuse me. What is this? I started feeling like an old grumpy man. Get off my yard. One lady's house I walked past had a sign in her yard saying "Clean up after your dogs." So I know she got that bad to have to put up a sign. And then you said my upstairs stalker has had her kids do stuff to stalk me that they obviously didn't want to, and she even admitted to paying them to get their sig butts off my patio, and she still didn't want to. Yep, I got footprints in front of my windows like that. I'm going to put mirrors in my windows soon. Then they can look at themselves instead. It's interesting you say that because I literally had a thought like that last week. I was like, bet these people want to sit here thinking I'm watching them on my cameras and stuff. I'm like, bet I'll put a mirror up so it'll be a reflection. They can look right back at themselves. That's what I said. It isn't that I don't have the mind to go the levels that they be going, but baby, it'd be a waste of energy. Like it ain't even matter. That's what I said. I'm getting to the point where I'm trying to put my camera's focus all that on what matters. Like I recently had to move my backyard camera, and I'm sure there was more fanfare about, oh, she's watching us. And I'm like, baby, ain't nobody studying y'all. But I did put it in a place where I'm like, I can watch my garden a little more adequately, because that's the one thing I'm like, okay, y'all want to come and litter in my backyard, which is completely fenced off, which is completely locked up, and trespassing and jumping over brick walls and ish to get into my backyard. But y'all not finna sit here and tamper with my food that I'm trying to grow for me and my family. And what they fail to realize, like, I would have been 100% open to sharing for free the extras that I'm growing, because I'm not a selfish person. And I still might. It just might not be in this neighborhood, but I still might. And I'm like, y'all could have see. That's a blessing that y'all now get to miss out on, because that's the type of person I am. Like, even though ain't nobody out here necessarily been welcoming or anything like that, I'm still the type of person that I am. Like, I'm not a selfish person. But oh well, that's they lost now. But yeah, I'm definitely guarding my little garden with everything. Like, me and my son went out there yesterday and was working, and I had to rearrange some things to make sure that we pull my stuff closer to my home, just so these weird people trying to come and tamper with my stuff. Because yeah, they some weirdos. That's all I can say. They some weirdos. They on some weird energy out here. But and it's not gonna stop. Like I said, it's not gonna stop me from doing what I'm doing. Cause I don't know if maybe it's jealousy, like, oh, how she's starting to. I'm like, why do you care? Why are you in my yard? Why are you watching my stuff? My thing is, shoot, ain't like I know 100% what I'm doing. Everything I'm doing is trial and error right now. It's my first real time trying to like adequately garden. But I recognize that, they basically, their agenda, like you are saying, is to destroy everything I love, pretty much. Yeah, I can't say that people are trying to in my life or nothing like that. I can't say I know that to be true outside of the people that's actively been trying to run me off the road. I don't believe that's the energy the whole collective of puppeteers is on. I do feel like there are a couple of outliers that want to see me up place, but I'm not going anywhere. Like, I'm gonna be here until I'm done. I'm gonna be here doing what I'm supposed to do until the job is done. And that's not on anybody to determine but the creator. So they can take that how they want. Yeah. I talked about that in, well, one of the lives that I was able to do on Friday. I can't sit here and tell you which one, but yeah, if you got the time and you want to go and trace it back, yeah, I think I was able to detail it a little more about the vehicles. And it's not the first time, like since I've been out here. That's something I've been dealing with way more. People out here actively trying to run me off the roads. And that was actually one of the things I put in my DOJ report, about people trying to run me off the roads and stuff. I actually had an incident where I was taking my boys to a 9/11 memorial, and out of town, like in the town over, next big town over, and I had all these trucks like following me, flashing their lights, and it was like multiple. And I thought for sure like it was gonna be captured, but somehow, some way, these people was able to delete that stuff off my cameras. I can't begin to make it make sense. And I know that because my the way my dash cam is set up is that it automatically records. I have it on that 24-hour recording feature. And when I left home, it was recording. So it should have caught everything. Sorry. It should have caught everything that um I was everywhere I was going. But when I got home and checked my footage and all that was missing. The trip going there, I was able to catch, or coming back, excuse me, but my trip going there was all gone. Trip coming back was there. So everything that I experienced, it's almost like it didn't happen. So that's why I'm at a point now, I'm like, well, shoot, well, I'm gonna keep putting up cameras and stuff, just for these people to somehow tap into my stuff and deleting footage and all that. I'm like, bro, it must be a miserable existence to have to sit here and try to undo the issue out here doing to somebody to try to make them look like they making shit up. Like, I ain't got no reason to make this stuff up. My children were with me. The only difference is that I didn't, in the moment, I didn't hassle my kids to like, look, boys, look, 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 because both of them had fallen asleep. So I was like, I'm not finna wake up my children while I was going through all that, because they weren't honking horns or nothing, but they were like revving up on my bumper and flashing lights and just intimidation tactics. And I just kept smiling. I just kept driving. Sometimes I just slow down. I just take my foot brake because I'm like, hey, baby, you gonna hit me, hit me. I'll be driving what you driving. That's how I take it. Like, but I'm not, it's not because I'm actively out here just putting myself in harm's way. I'm literally just driving on the interstate, going where I need to go. And these people are zooming up behind me on purpose. Like, because it wasn't that was the other thing. It wasn't that they couldn't just go around. Every time they come up on me and do that, the space, because I was in the left lane doing the speed limit, and they would come zoom up on me out of nowhere. And my thing is, they could have easily got over before doing all that. And there was one truck that stayed behind me, I say for a hot 5 minutes, thinking I was gonna move or I guess get shaken up, but I never did. Like, that's what I'm saying. Stuff like that doesn't scare me. It doesn't. Like, I don't know why it doesn't, but it just doesn't. And I know that might seem a little weird. People are like, I would have been terrified. I'm like, well, I'm the type of person, I get calm in chaos. Except for, like I said, when I feel like I done just dealt with it too much. And then eventually, like, this week would be a reset for me. So now I'm starting back from zero. That's why I woke up Saturday like nothing ever happened. Like, I didn't go out there in my driveway and let them people have it, from the safety of my driveway, because it didn't. It's a new day. Hold on, let me back up here. Have you experienced direct energy weapons? That I wouldn't be able to tell you. I've heard of it being talked about within the TI community, but honestly, I wouldn't know if or what that feels like or what have you. But I've definitely heard it being talked about a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like I recognize that the protocol for each of us and what they use on us is different. And that's just from what I've chosen TI from their accounts. Like I said, I know for mine, it may not be that their ultimate goal is to or whatever, but it's clearly something that they want from me, but they want me to try to like figure it out. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like if you're not grown enough to just come and stand 10 toes down and just say what you want, what you don't want, like I don't have time anymore. I'm not finna sit here and placate these people. Like they can feel however the freak they want to feel. I don't care. Yep, they did try that. Didn't know if cameras would work because that the same reason. Yeah, no, like so from the research that I've done with cameras, pretty much anything with Bluetooth or Wi-Fi capabilities can be hacked, whether you enable it or not. Unfortunately, like anything with Wi, and that don't just mean cameras. That mean speakers. That mean if you have like a computer mouse, computers, anything that has Wi-Fi or Bluetooth capabilities can be hacked by these individuals. And that's just the honest to God truth. And I know that firsthand because like I detailed in my Gang Stalker series videos, I literally could have proof of these individuals hacking my security cameras or whatever, or missing time from a 24-hour camera, because most of the cameras I have is supposed to be 24 hours, like constantly recording, or not constantly recording, but constantly on, and they record when triggered by things that I have them set to. You know for sure, pervasive awareness. You feel like you're getting cooked from the inside or electrocuted. Um, I in this moment I can't say that's something that I personally have experienced then. But then again, like I'm made of real tough stuff, so I have a very high pain threshold. If I'm being completely honest. So what might feel like excruciating pain for one person may not feel that way to me. Plus, I don't know, like that's I can't, like I said, outside of childbirth, I can't really think of any other type of pain that I've ever experienced. I was like, oh my God, like that's so terrible. Like, I've definitely had like aches and pains and stuff like that in the past, and just some things I have with some other pre-existing conditions that I have or have had, but nothing on the level of like childbirth, if I'm being completely honest. And like the surgeries that I've had to have in the past and stuff. Need the old surveillance cameras, like, yeah. Well, yeah, because I think the gas station ones, they run off of CCTV, which is like their own closed network. But like I said, even still, everything still got a propensity to be hacked, or Lord forbid if there's ever EMP one day, nobody have to worry about anything in that retrospect, which you honestly, I'm all for at this point, because this stuff is ridiculous. Like, how is it the stuff that's supposed to protect you and keep you safe is the main thing that's compromising you? Honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I'm ready to go back to where none of this ish was a thing. Like, if I'm being completely honest. Cord on tape, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, the missing time. The homeless lady I was tuned into her live has the same problems when she goes live, cutting time out and glitching. Yep. And hardwire cameras, they are still available. Menards, Walmart. I mean, if you got hit with an energy weapon, you would definitely know it. It's real scary at first. Yeah, so like I said, I with that, with the energy weapon stuff, I can't say if I have or haven't. Because I'm just not, I guess, not that aware of that. And again, I didn't start hearing about energy weapon stuff until I got on here and learned that from other people in the community. I had never heard of it before. Awesome. I didn't know if they make them kind. I have had spiritual attacks, but not where my body feels burning. Like, yep, same. I just wish we could hide. No, no hiding for me. I'm gonna stand loud and proud, and even during the midst of all this, like I every day I walk, or not every day, but when I do walk out of my house, I walk out of here with my head held high. Most of the time with a sunny disposition, because I'm like, yeah, like this is going on. It's like it's happening, but at the end of the day, I still got to keep going because I think that's my thing too. It's like it's all about mental mindset and whatever you allow yourself to feel about this situation is what's going to persist. And I'm speaking 100% about me in this moment. Like I have been there where I was crashing out about this stuff and I was letting it eat me alive, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And I recognize that a lot of that I was feeling was because I wasn't talking about it, I wasn't getting it out. And or when I would talk about it, I was talking to my husband, or but still not really taking action because I was frozen. It was that whole analysis paralysis. Like I was just frozen, not knowing what to do. And like I said, with me at the time, it was worse because it was like children, and I'm like, I know my hangups were like, oh, I'm trying not to offend children and stuff like that. But I'm like, yeah, but recognize, just like with adults, there's good and bad in everything, and there are demon spawn as well as there are God spawn. So, you know, just recognizing that some people are okay with weaponizing their children, their pets, their loved ones. Like some people are weird like that and they're okay with that. I'm just not one of those people. That's why for a long time, like my children didn't know what was going on. And like I said, until it started trickling down to them, where there's children in the neighborhood coming to like my youngest son, threaten him with bats and all this other type of stuff from that old neighborhood. And I was like, yeah, see, that's where I draw a line, because I'm like, I ain't above calling the police on no child out here threatening my children with bodily harm with a weapon. I don't play that. But yeah, this stuff don't make no sense. I'm telling you, it don't make no sense whatsoever in the grand scheme of things. But no, we can't run, we can't hide. Like that's the thing, we can't get away from it. Like that's the whole thing that they try to make us remember. It's like, oh, we're always watching you. And it's like, yeah, baby, I don't care. That's what, like, every morning I get up, I'm hearing cars or idling outside back of my yard. Okay, yep, she's up. All right, yeah, let's everybody go get in our positions. Like, so what? I'm still gonna wake up, go water my plants, do whatever else I need to do, run out if I need to run out. Like, so what? Keep going. Don't get me wrong, I do like the woods though. Like, or I like nature. I like being in nature, but I'm not trying to go there because I'm trying to like hide myself away. Like I do want to get my own like spot or land or compound or whatever where it's just me and my family. And that's not because I'm wanting to hide. That's just because that's what I desire. Like that's what'll help keep me the most sane, because when anytime you go out and it's always this bunch of just drama, it's like, bro, it's enough to really zap you of your energy. And I'm like, yeah, I don't need, nor do I desire to have to interact with people all the time on a physical level. My social needs just aren't that high, if I'm being honest. But that doesn't mean I'm not open to, like I said, you guys, my collective. Doesn't mean I'm not open to being able to interact with you guys. When I talk like that, I'm mainly talking about these energy vampires. That's what I'm talking about. I want me to stay for his mission for me. I remember you saying that. I would have. Yeah, my uncle got hit in the head with a bat, ooh, and died. And they brought him back and ended up with schizophrenia. My ex got hit by accident by a golf club at 2 years old. Ended up with schizophrenia. Jeez, I'm sorry to hear that. Cousin hit his head on ice and died at 9. Man, that's crazy. Shoot, sound like a lot of accident prone family members. No, I so with the bat situation, I ended up just walking around the little area around the park area because the way that the place that we were living at the time in San Diego, the parks were in between the apartments. So it happened at one of the parks that my son was at the time. He said that there was like a group of kids that were together. There was like two of the children that actually lived out there, and then it was their cousins who didn't live out there that they were just visiting. They were visitors. And the way my son explained it to me was that one of their siblings had fallen off the swing and that he ran to him and asked him, was he okay? And then I guess one of the older female siblings, like got in my son's face, like, oh, leave him alone, don't touch him, or something along those lines. And I guess had a bat and was, like they were like trying to group up on him or something like that. So he came and got me and my oldest son because I at the time was working on my husband's car. I was fixing something in his car because my husband was still on deployment at the time. And my oldest son was in the home just playing a video game. So when he came in telling us that, my oldest son was able to go out there first and try to see what was going on. And then I told him, hey, I'll be there in a minute because like I said, I was working on my husband's car on something. And when we both went out there, of course, magically all the kids, done fleed and done went home or whatever. But I was talking out loud. I was like, hey, I'm not above calling the police, guys. I said, calling the police on children out here threatening other children with weapons. Cause I'm like, you just don't do that. And I was like, why the flip they got a bat at a park anyway? Cause it's not like it's like a park with a field or anything. It's literally just like a little playground area with just playground equipment. It wasn't, like a huge area. And from what my son told me also, he was like, yeah, the two kids that lived out there and that those were their cousins told him that those kids were bullies, or that their cousins were bullies and that they even would bully them. And that, I guess they were trying to apologize for their behavior because they're like, yeah, we don't really like them either. So, basically, I don't know, like, and that's always been something that's happened with both my boys. They've both experienced that in their lives, like, where kids are always trying to gang up on them and group up on them, even though it's just them. And I'm like, that's why I recognize that my family is a blessed one. Like, each and every one of us have experienced, weird stuff like that, where people are always trying to group up on us, when we're just standing alone by ourselves. Like, it's just one on one, and yet they're bringing a whole mass load of people to try to, trying to act like they trying to intimidate somebody or whatever. I don't know. I take it to mean that, my family, especially when all four of us together, that we just have a really strong energy about us that it shakes people up. But my little son at the time, he was only what, 9? And don't get me wrong, like they picked the right one because like I said, my son, he a mixed bag. So you get the energy out of him that you give him. That's all I'm gonna say about that. So if that little girl would have swung and would have missed, I can't say that he wouldn't have handled her. And I ain't one of the moms. Oh, you don't hit girls. Like, nah, you have every right to defend yourself. I don't care who that's from. I feel like that's another construct that's put on us to make it seem like, oh, you can't, even if, nah, if somebody trying to hurt you, You have every right to defend yourself. Man, woman, or child. Shoot, even in my life, I done had to fight a dude or two. So at the end of the day, heck no, I'm not above that. I am not above that. Now, am I encouraging my child to go out here and beat up on girls? Absolutely not. But at the end of the day, no, like you have every right to protect your bodily autonomy. Absolutely. But luckily, it didn't get to that. Luckily. And luckily, she wasn't, stupid enough to hit my child with no bat because I definitely would have called the police. But I did end up walking the area with him and I was like, oh, did you see which way they went? So I could try to find who their parents was. But he didn't know them. And we had, like I said, we had just moved out there. That's why I was like, my son ain't even been out here long enough to have beef with anybody child. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's how I know to just be some energies and some entities and some people off spawn or not off spawn, their spawn that just, they want to try to antagonize. And then, like I said, having it be said that it was their own, like the kids' cousins that be coming there bullying them. And then what was crazy is that I ended up coming back out there and sitting at the park with my son because I was like, oh, in case they try to roll back, because I said, I'll come out here and sit with you. And sure enough, he was like, Mommy, that's them down there. So they had them ran home and then came back and went to another part that was still within like eye view, sitting on top of the monkey bars. And I won't forget her little face, some little girl doing this towards me from the monkey bar. I was like, this little something. And I'm like, okay, I see what type of energy she on. But sure enough, hey, she ain't coming. They ain't coming try no mess. When me and my son was sitting out there with my youngest, they ain't try that mess again. But I was like, yeah, some of these people kid, they need something. If you grew up in the age of getting licks, that's what they needed. They needed some licks. If I'm being completely honest, they was bad. Some babies kids, in my opinion. But I digress. But yeah, I said what I said. I'm saying people, oh, she called the police about it. Yes, I darn sure would, because ain't no reason no child should be walking around with no bat trying to threaten nobody, talking about hitting them with a bat when they were trying to do something nice. What? Again, I'm sure there's more to the story, but hey, they didn't stick around to tell their side. Cause see, I'm the type of person, I'm not finna just sit here and just take my child's side and just run with it. Am I gonna believe my child? Always. But I also like to hear everybody POV. I want everybody to get, so if they would have said, oh, he did it, I would have sat there and asked him and grilled him. That's what I'm saying. That's the type of person I am. I try to get all sides. I don't just be up here just running with a narrative. Like, no. I want to know what happened. Let's see. Um Crystal Method, keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate you. Have a great rest of the day and coming week. Hope to catch your next live. Thank you. Yeah, I recognize. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know I was gonna be on here this long, but you guys have made me feel comfortable to share and express a little more than I intended to today. So thank y'all for listening. I appreciate it. Cause I recognize y'all probably got other things y'all could be doing right now. Than sitting here listening to me. uh let's see. Yeah, well, I really hope we can definitely make a difference in this cause. The violence against us is not right, and we shouldn't have to be told by police there's nothing they can do. Yeah, I know, perfect world, but in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to do none of those things, and you're so right, but we just got to keep dealing with it as it comes. Um, like I said, the content of this week, I feel like this stuff definitely overshadowed what, like I said, what I'm trying to get back to, which is just focusing on the positive. But I recognize that it's okay to bring up the negative, to address it, and then just move on. So that's like what I'm gonna keep doing. This is a follow up just to let you guys just see, like, it ain't none of that stuff changed anything, it didn't stop anything. I'm not in shambles. I'm not depressed. I'm not crashing out, anymore. I had my day and I'm back to it. So The triggers, and I did investigate my triggers, which in that moment, like I said, it was just frustration, just purely nothing more, nothing less, nothing deep to explore, at least not in this instance. But I just, yeah, just tired of the BS. That's it. That's all. It was really that plain and simple. We all need to be here to support each other. They want to keep us divided. Yeah, actively. I mean, they're actively working to do just that, keep us divided, to keep us from not being able to trust one another. Like I recognize the divisiveness in all of this. But yet they can meet up and can be like it's so each other though and feel comfortable to come to each other to do bad. It's weird. But we're actually people just trying to promote like positivity in this case or trying to do something about it. Like I said, I sit here and I can talk mess with the best of them about a lot of this stuff going on. But like I always say, watch my actions, not my words. Because I could say some of the most outlandish things, but what I do is what you should be concerned about. But I will say I'm grateful to have the community that I have in this moment. Um, and I'm also grateful to be able to show up in a way that is encouraging others. I want, like, I keep saying it, and it's because I mean it every time I say it. Like, I want so bad to wake up to be able to see the day that we all can truly connect in the flesh and be able to just be each other's safe haven and and support system and just be able to spitball and brainstorm ideas off of each other and coming up with more ways to protect ourselves, protect our families, because like I said, I recognize not every ti is a lone wolf. A lot of us do have families, and then there's a lot of us that don't have families. Like, again, we can always structure help and assistance, by those categories, like, oh, those of us who have families, those of us who don't, and then go from there. Or we can, those of us with families can adopt, retrospectively, those of us who don't have families to pull them in so that they don't feel so isolated and so alone. And because I know that there's those of us that are battling and dealing with like mental health challenges. And that's another part of all of this, is to make us, um, mental, or like damage us from a mental standpoint, to get us to crack, so to speak. And I recognize not all of us are strong enough to withstand that stuff on our own. Some of us feel better when we have someone in our corner. Because I know I do. Like, that's what I'm saying. I appreciate my husband. Shoot, if it wasn't for him, I probably, like, what I did this week probably would have ended up left. I probably would have ended up doing some crazy mess. Just to show folks, like, baby, you chose the right one. I have never been an aggressive person to just go and trying to start mess. But I'm just at that point and in my age where I'm like, bro, I'm too old to still be getting bullied at this grand old age that I'm in. Like, bruh, y'all better go and find somebody else to bother and pick on and all this mess. Cause I ain't the one. Like, I done lived through this mess more times than I care to admit. And I'm finally at that place where I will do something about it. Like, I'm not gonna just take this stuff laying down no more. It's foolishness. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna keep oh, too scared. I hear you. Trust me, that was me at first, but I'm like, bruh, at this point, they already probably know everything about me. And at least one thing I know, they can't fake my likeness because I have a lot of distinctive characteristics about myself that I don't see on nobody else. Like, for instance, these right there, I don't know if y'all can see those. I don't know if they're like from, I think, or excuse me, it's from when I had like chicken pox as a child. Always had those. And the fact that they all line up, I've always thought that there's something special, so to speak, about it. And then just I got a lot of other things too, but that's just the one I can show y'all. But I'm like, yeah, I ain't worried about these people trying to steal my likeness or nothing like that, because you can't fake me. That's it. I am truly one of a kind, darling. So don't, no, again, I'll encourage you to keep working on that. Because my thing is like we can't be like them. That's what them cowards do is hide their faces. That's shoes just like them them I'm trying to figure out how to put it. Those people who like to salute that specific salute that rolled up there in Ohio on those community of people, and they was up there hiding their face like cowards, but up there trying to spread hate. We can't be like them because my thing is how you gonna act like you standing on business, but you can't show your face because you a coward. Because my thing is what you protecting. Somehow, some way, people gonna find out, and that's why for me, I ain't worried about any of that because I'm like, if they want to know what they want to know, they probably already know it. Especially if it's on a government level, like they already know everything anyway. Shoot, if anything, one thing that I've been hecka curious about is to find out the the things that all of us TI share in common. Like that's one thing I am for sure. Like I can't wait for us to get that comfortable in our community that we can start sharing. Like, okay, how many of us have a dog? How many of us like the color red? How many of us, were raised in this type of family dynamic? How many of us have like this type of birthmark? Or you get what I'm saying? Like that's the type of stuff I would love because there's some things about my birth and just some stories that I've been told about my birth and my upbringing that have I've always questioned, and I was never able to get any answers about it from my family. Like everybody be so tight-lipped and hush hush. And like I will say, one thing was like I was told that there was a fire when I was younger and it burnt up my baby pictures. But when I asked specifics about what fire, no one will give me specifics. So stuff like that, like it almost sounds like how the stuff we be seeing in movies, like the origin stories for like superheroes and stuff like that. Kind of like with like Superman, like where his home planet was being, ravaged by war and all that, and they had to use escape pods to send all their children off planet. And he grew up not knowing any of that, not like that on that level. Like that's the type of stuff that I'm like interested to get into with you guys, like for real, so that we can find out like what is the commonality between us all and what all ultimately links us together outside of, the spiritual aspect, but like if there's any physical, tangible stuff, or if we all share a certain bloodline or, stuff like that. Like that's the type of stuff I'm really like intrigued by. Oh, thank you, Sophia. Scars. Yeah, I got a lot of 'em. I definitely got a lot of scars. Let me see. I was hoping I don't get targeted by more people is why. No, I get it. But that's what I'm telling you, sweetheart. Like the way that they work it, as soon as one see you, they already shoot. I don't know if you've experienced that, but they already be on their phone. Yep. Yep, she went there. Because that's how I've literally witnessed it in real time. I've witnessed uh informant go and inform other people in real time about me. I've seen it with my eyes. I tell you no lies. So I'm telling you, they already know who you are. They know. And I'm not trying to like, I'm sorry if I'm coming across like I'm trying to push that in it because that's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling you, I'm just being straight up with you. Like they know who you are. So stand in that shit. Like don't like, yeah, I'm her and what? Or I'm him and what? Like that's what I'm telling you. Like what they gonna do? Stalk you? Like they already doing that. But I get what you're saying because I had the same sentiments at first. That's why I didn't want to do YouTube because it's like, oh, I don't want everybody in my business. And I'm like, yeah, dummy, talking to myself, which wasn't good. But I was like, yeah, dummy, like, at the end of the day on YouTube, you control your narrative because it's you telling your story, not someone else. And so I finally had to get over that. And I realized that I gotta get this out no matter what. I gotta speak it. Submersive awareness. Most all TIs are middle aged, middle aged loners. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. That y'all forgive me. That's just my default. I just don't pay me no mind. Middle aged loners or with small families and some sort of rocky past, from what I hear. I definitely can see that. Okay, okay, bet. Well, shoot. Survey. How many of us are millennials? Show of hands. Shoot, we gonna get into it. Get into it then. If y'all open, I'm open. No, you might inspire me to get my courage up to do it right. That's all I'm here for. I'm a 97 baby. Okay. Me, I'm 40. Okay. All right. I'm 36. I'm a 89 baby. So on the cusp of the 90s. Yeah, I have literally hundreds of cars tracking me every time I leave the house now. So I don't care who sees my face. If anything, it's safer to be. Yeah. And that's how, hey, that's why when I gave y'all that I'm outside video, I don't know. I just being out there in the park, I just felt inspired. I was like, let me film. And I'm so glad that I did because, like I said, there was a couple of bots trying to get in my vicinity. But as soon as I broke out that camera, they started trying to disperse. So that's when I'm like, no, I'm just getting point. Nah, hey, I start going out. I'm just start recording because that's what they don't want. They don't want you to film them because it blows their cover. Because you got to remember too, you may not be the only person on their roster that they've been assigned to. Remember that. So, and I've been thinking about that too lately. I'm like, dang, you know what? Maybe what if there is more like people like myself in my area, but we don't know about each other because they work in double time to keep us distracted with their shenanigans. All right, so fire, my Chinese zodiac is the bull. Oh, okay. I don't want to feel like courage the cowardly. Yeah, I hear you. So my Chinese zodiac is the snake. Or my and my husband. That's what I'm saying. He and I are exactly 3 months apart in age. So everything about me is everything about him pretty much. And so I'm, again, for those who subscribe to astrology and stuff, I'm an Aquarius. He's a Taurian, a Taurus, which is a very unlikely pairing from what I've researched, but we work. We are very much compatible. So, so that means we're both millennials. That's why I say all that. Yep. Opposites don't always trade. That's true. Like-minded people need it. Yep. So dang. So there's probably a lot of people being targeted around us that do not even, and I believe that too. Cause that's what I'm saying. Like I'm sitting here, I've been racking my brain thinking back to things that I've experienced in the past, like back when I was back in Florida, because that's where I'm originally from, is Florida. And I'm sitting here thinking about all these things, all these people I encounter. I was like, oh my gosh, like, is it a possibility I've been dealing with this stuff since then, even, and just didn't realize it because I was still very much so in their clutches. Because I was still in the religious organization. And I'm telling you, I didn't really, really become aware of what all this is until I moved out here on the West Coast. Like, I had never heard of gang stalking, never heard of COINTELPRO, all of this. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it ever a day in my life. But I know we all have like probably a aunt or uncle or family member in the family that was always like estranged from the family. And then, it's always that like, oh, well, that's Uncle Joe who, yeah, he don't really come around no more. And low key, if you run into Uncle Joe, it's because he tell you, yeah, the family's toxic and all that. And he was the truth teller and AKA the black sheep of the family. But see, now this type of stuff adds a whole new element to that because it's like, how do you not know Uncle Joe was the black sheep, but he also was being stalked and harassed and all that for revealing the BS that's going on within his family and trying to wake up his family members and getting them to realize that, the stuff that they're a part of or going going through or have going on is related to this, stuff. Cuz that's how I'm looking at it right now. Cuz I definitely have family members like that growing up where they were the aunt or the uncle or whatever that no one really got to see a lot of because they would stay away. And I guess low key I've become that aunt, sister, whatever too. Let me see what you guys got. Pervasive awareness. There is probably a lot of people being targeted around us. Even realizing it took me a year. Okay, it says, yeah, I start thinking to when even the smallest synchronicities started for me. Yeah, and see, and that's what this stuff will make you do. And I know some people are like, oh, don't bother yourself with going down that rabbit hole, blah, blah. I'm like, no, because it could be the key to something that much grander. That's why I'm talking about like even thinking back to like our origin stories, thinking back to when you were born. Like I know for me, there is a lot with my infancy that just never made sense. Like, shoot, we here, so I might as well just I guess go ahead and drop it. And y'all tell me if y'all have had like similar stories or whatever. But like for me, when I was born, um my mother, for whatever reason, and I'll tell you the reason she told me, but for whatever reason, my mother was not able to nurse me. Of all of her children, myself and my two sisters, I was the only child that she was never able to nurse. What she told me was that before she could nurse me, a nurse came in and took me away from her for whatever reason, and I guess had given me a bottle. And then when she brought me back to her and she tried to nurse me, I wouldn't nurse from her as a baby. Everything about that always was odd to me. And another reason I bring that up is because of myself and my two siblings. I was always the most sickly growing up, meaning I would get sick a lot um, and stuff. So I always thought that that was strange. Like I was like, why would a nurse just randomly why would a nurse just randomly take me from my mother and not let her nurse me? And trust me, there's been some other rabbit holes I've gone down about stuff like that. Because I've definitely like talked to my husband about it a lot. And I'm sorry, like I'm one of those people like that type of stuff, like I want to know. And there was like something else that I learned that with like my birth certificate, it had been amended. Now, I don't know if any of you all know about like amending birth certificates and stuff like that, but typically when an amendment is made on a birth certificate, it's because something was either deleted or added. And with my original birth certificate, it doesn't tell you what was deleted or added. And typically it does because like I've even had to do that with like my oldest son's birth certificate. Because of course my husband and I, we were or no, not minors. We were young when we had him. So like we weren't married yet. So my son had my name originally and we had to get it amended to include, to change my married name on it. And so like now his new birth certificate says that. It says, oh, it was amended to fix mother's, name. But when I look at my birth certificate, it says it was amended, but it doesn't say what was amended. And I just thought that that was odd. And I've reached out to the vital statistics for my respective state that I was born and all that. No other further clarification was given, but I was granted a newer, up-to-date birth certificate stating that there was an amendment. It just don't say what. So that's what I'm saying. I have so many questions. I have so many questions about a lot of things that have always that like been a little odd to me about my origin story, so to speak. Let's see. Growing over time, my mom has epilepsy and couldn't breastfeed us due to her medicine. Also, I've had tons of health issues growing up too. I found out they weren't putting enough formula in my bottle for the first 6 months. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, so I don't know how many of y'all have done like research into uh I'm trying to remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called in this moment. But I've done so much research into like stuff like what I'm telling you guys, and that this stuff does happen. Like there are what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say organization, but there are like protocols in place for specific types of children that are deemed special to be kind of like marked in a way on birth. Um, I'm not saying that I'm one of those children because I don't know that, but that's what I'm saying. Like just nothing about told and like being told about fire and but no one's I've never been able to find information fire and allegedly because like the baby photo, the only photo of me as a baby was literally at right after I was born, with my birth card in the back. And there's nothing else. Like I don't have any other baby photos. But my siblings both have baby photos, hospital photos that my mother paid for and got, but I don't have any. And again, she says because it was burnt up in a fire. Never specifying about the fire, never, I don't know if I was in the fire or what. Like I have no idea. No idea. But these are questions that I've racked my brain over, more so now than I ever have because I realize I'm like, clearly there's something that's different about me than there was my siblings. I'm not saying my siblings didn't go through things, they definitely did, but like they were never willing to like always come up and speak out. But I was like ever since a young age, if someone did something to me they weren't supposed to do, I was the main one telling. Like, hey, this happened to me, you know, hey, but they're the types that they would just, they held on to it. I didn't. And I'm not, and again, that's no shade or no shame to my siblings, because again, everybody got to do what's best for them, and I get that. Hold on, let me see. Let me keep up with you guys. Uh, okay, so subversive awareness says, "Wow, yeah, that is very strange. Many people say targeting started since birth." And then you also say, I have heard people with a certain rare blood type are more likely to be targeted too. You might be onto something there, subversive awareness. I've also seen information about that. Let me go here. Okay, so Sophia, I can't remember who it was. They refused to get their baby a social security number because of the government's invasiveness. Okay. And then you also say that's actually sad. AF for real, not being able to see yourself as a baby. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's a lot of stuff that played into me feeling the way that I guess grew up to feel. I'm saying I just always felt like I was different. And not even like in a special way, but I just always felt like different. That's the best way I can put it. But I'm not sad about it, like, don't I done shed them tears long ago and all that stuff, like, now I just wanna get down to the truth, like, that that's just what it is for me. That's all I'm trying to find out. Okay, and then Steven says, "I had something similar happen. The nurses told my mom that I had wrapped myself with a cord in the incubator and was choking myself, so they took me somewhere and then brought me back hours later." Hmm, man. Steven, I'm sorry to hear that. Good gracious. And you know what's crazy? Like I'm sitting here trying to think with my situation, if my mother ever said that my birth was a difficult like delivery or anything, but I can't really recall her ever saying that my delivery was strange or difficult or nothing like that. But I'm sorry, like I said, with yours, I wonder if that was a breach, like if like when you were coming out of the canal, maybe. But talking about choking yourself, that don't sound like regular like baby. behavior, because you know babies when they come out, they don't, I forget what the reflex is called, but they don't have like the proper reflexes. I know it's like normal confident to like have that reflex to grab onto things, but to like, you get what I'm saying, to do what you're saying, that don't sound, hmm. Oh, I had a C-section. Okay. Oh no, excuse me. Wait, that's, hold on. I'm trying not to get y'all confused. So no, that's Steven. Okay, and then some awareness. My mother had a C-section. See, I'm saying, I don't. I believe my mother gave birth to me naturally. Yeah, my mother's never had a cesarean. I don't believe. Let me see. Wait, I've been hearing a lot of doctors, nurses switching baby. Yeah, I did not know. Cause yeah, it was a recent story that came out, said that there was a nurse intentionally switching people's babies and stuff. And I ain't gonna lie to you, for a good part of my upbringing, I was like, you know what? I feel like I'm adopted. I feel like this ain't my family. I feel like I don't know these people. Cause I swear I've always felt like the odd duckling. Like I did not feel like those were my people at times, you know? Steven, exactly right. That sounds weird AF and not right. Yeah. Because of my mom's seizure, she had us. Oh, okay. Well, no, that makes sense because again, just try to get the baby out as quick as possible. I can understand that. Okay, so I'm definitely getting a consensus here that some of us have had some odd birth stories. And see, that is a start. That is a start to help us to, investigate a little more if we haven't already, and or maybe encourage others of us to investigate stuff like that, because like I said, for me, it's not that I never asked, it's not that I never inquired. It just nobody really wanna, every time I talk, oh, that's in the past. I'm like, nah, but this is my life. Like I wanna know these things. I wanna know why of all your children, I'm the only one that, don't have this or that, or that your pregnancy with me was the only weird one. You get what I'm saying? Like I wanna know that stuff. Inquiring minds wanna know. From the get-go. Okay, wait. Sophia. Sophia says from the get-go, I didn't feel like I belonged, but I thought it was me tapping into who I was in my past life. Okay, and then Steven says, I know exactly what you're talking about being targeted, but my theory is that the hospitals were conducting illegal experiments. Same, Steven. Same. See, that's the boy. Hey, we here. You know what I'm saying? We right here, right now on stuff like that. And like I don't know, so uh there's a channel that I watch, or have watched, and my husband and I both love this channel on YouTube. It's called the Y Files. Is some of you might know Mr. AJ, and he has a like a character that he used on there that's supposed to be like the conspiracy theorist, called Hecklefish. I love that man's content. Like he presents some of these stories, some of these like government experiments and stuff that he talks about or has talked about on his channel in a way that it really really like it's almost cinematic. Like the man produces art. Like I could watch his stuff on repeat with like no problem. And he's presented a handful of stories talking about exactly what you're talking about, Stephen, when it come to children. Like, I don't know if you guys have heard about like the Cabbage Patch children. And I recall as a little girl, I used to have a Cabbage Patch doll. My mom hated that doll. But I always liked things that were obscure. Like, I don't know if any of you all can also remember the the troll dolls. I used to collect those. I used to love those things. My mom and everyone in my family thought they were ugly, thought they were, why you like that? What? I just did. I just did. So stuff like that, like y'all, a I feel like we're connecting today. Like we are really, really connecting. Wi-Fi's is the best. Heck yeah, it is. Like I gotta get me a hecklefish plushie. But I'm telling you, like, I love the way he presents his channel. His channel is the best. Definitely have to check into it. Please do, because I'm telling you, your mind will. And a lot of the stuff he presents is real stuff, like, or all of it pretty much. Because I've been able to go behind him and fact check. Because again, I'm not a person that just listening to everybody and everything and just take it and run with it. Like, no, I fact check this stuff for myself. Like, I learned about so much from his channel. Me and my husband, like, we both love watching stuff like that. I love the. I have a Furby too. Let me see. We used to have the troll dolls on a right. Yep, sure did. Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. Like, guys, I don't know if y'all feeling what I'm feeling in this moment. I feel hella connected to y'all right now. Like, this is amazing. And I guess I'm proud of myself. I'm patting myself on the back because it took a lot for me to just share all of that, like personal stuff with me about my past life, you know, or not past life, but my past with you guys. And that was because, like, how Sophia said earlier, I was just afraid to share some of that information because I'm like, oh, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to give these people ammunition to use against me, but I have to keep reminding myself, like, it's not ammunition for them if I'm the one telling it, because we control our narrative. When we speak our truth, we are in control. When we allow them to defame us and do everything that they're doing towards us, we are allowing them to control our narrative. But when we take that power back, when we speak it for ourselves, they can't use it against us. They can't. Like how I be sitting here telling you guys all the time, I will gladly tell on myself because I'll be darned if someone gonna try to use something over my head. I have no qualms about it at all. Thank you, baby. I'm sorry, my husband's watching. That I'm saying he's at work right now, but he's still supporting his wifeys. But he's supporting me and letting me know he's proud of me. And thank you, baby. I love you so much. I'm really taking what you're saying to heart. Okay, sweet. I love that. This is awesome. I feel like we've just had a breakthrough. Like y'all have helped me have a breakthrough in this moment. And this is what I'm talking about. Like I love being able to bounce ideas off of other like-minded individuals. This is the stuff that I live for. I love this. I'm really taking okay. So subversive awareness, yes, exactly. We are much stronger than them. We are. I'm telling you, like, we got to start doubting our power. We have so much power and strength in us. Shoot, maybe y'all let me know if y'all want to have more lives like this where we just hanging out and we just going through stuff and talking about the stuff we want to talk about instead of focusing on them. Bump them. They gonna be there. But I'm trying to get down to the bottom of some things. You know, I'm trying to make sense of some of this stuff so that we best know how to fight this mess. Make sure we ain't keeping you too long. Girl, I ain't got nothing, or excuse me, I don't know if you're a young lady, young man. I'm sorry. But I ain't got nothing to do. It's Sunday. Shoot, this is my break, so I'm good, trust me. I did most of my busy work yesterday anyway, so you ain't got to worry. You ain't keeping me, I promise. And I'm saying my time is a little more freer than most, and I recognize that privilege. That's why I'm using it to do something productive. I have the biggest smile in inspiration. Me too. Absolutely. Even having someone on live to talk to it is like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know why I didn't think to just do this from the get go. I was still operating, I guess, a little bit in just like fear and like, oh, because I know it's the internet and yeah, we got to be careful and safety and blah, blah. But like I keep saying, it's like, what don't they already know? What don't they already know? Let me see. So, hey, I got a social question. Okay, ask away. Some subversive awareness. I try to be available whenever I see a real TI go live to support the community. Hey, I'm doing the same. I'm trying to do my best to do the same. That's why I said I have a few that I'm subscribed to that started watching me early on in my channel's uh, development. And I'm doing my best to try to keep up with them too because I want to keep showing support. I want to help us all keep pushing this algorithm to bring attention to us into our, fight. Because this stuff, it's a fight. That's what it is. It's a long winded one. It's a long winded battle. But I do believe we're going to come out the victors no matter what. As long as we don't give up and we keep pushing. And especially if we band together, I feel like we're going to be in my opinion. Is calling someone girl offensive because I use it as thing, like when I was talking to the homeless lady. No, I'm just trying not to assume. Like I don't take it to be offensive. Like again, we're buddies, and that's how I'm feeling this moment. That's the energy and the spirit that I'm getting right now. But I'm also trying to be respectful in case you aren't a young lady or you identify as something other. Like I'm just trying to be respectful. That's it for me personally. But I don't take it to be offensive. Cause that's how I get like when I when I feel like I'm relating and girl, just all my euphemisms and all that just comes out like that. Cause that's who I am. Like, but a lot of people don't get to see this side of myself because, like I said, a lot of people don't get close enough to me these days to see this side. I am very expressive. I know some people look at me like, oh, she's cold. She don't have a heart. She don't. Because, I don't know, y'all know all them little stereotypes that come up with about Aquarians. And don't get me wrong, some of it can be true sometime, but most of the time, I'm just chilling. Like, I might look, like I said, my my RBF face be deterring a lot of folks, but for those who truly just like, you know what, I really want to know more. Like, if they push a little more and try to see what I'm about, they always end up loving me at the end of the day. The ones who come in with good intentions, and they just curious. But for those that are coming in on weird energy and trying to secretly compete and all this, like, yeah, you're not gonna get to see this side of myself. Absolutely not. Cause I don't just open up to just everybody about everything. Like I said, what I shared with y'all today, I have not shared on this channel before. I've not shared that with anybody outside of my spouse. Like, this is all the stuff that normally be going through my brain, that my analytical side trying to work everything out. But shoot, that get tiring, and I've been doing it for so long. It's like, baby, I'm ready to get other people's feedback who trying to find out the same things I'm trying to find out. And it's not because I feel like something's missing or whatever, but I'm just curious. I'm just naturally curious about this stuff. Mind me call girl in endearing way, but I've called others girl and they get mad. Yeah, again, that just mean that them wasn't your people. And that's how I'm starting to see it. Hold on, see, look, y'all got me getting all comfy. Hold on, because I am in my room. But sure, I feel like the conversation's definitely got more interesting now. And I'm here for it. But yeah, I don't take that to be offensive, unless someone, like I said, is trying to be facetious and trying to be funny and like, yeah. And especially if we just don't have that repertoire with each other. Like, nah, I don't do that. But other than that, like, I'm just trying to be respectful. What is this? Yeah, I don't like that. Your energy is so much more genuine. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up here with you guys. So, awareness. So, they are just playing on our emotions. If we ignore them, then they are powerless. Yep. They want us to be too afraid to talk. Yep. Right on the money. I agree. And as we know, they hate being ignored. That's literally how this week fanned out. I have been doing top tier and ignoring they behind. and all their antics for the last like 2 to 3 weeks. And what kicked it off for me was like me walking into my backyard. As soon as I stepped out my patio door, I'm hearing a man in the distance calling my husband's name, which I thought was weird. And I'm like, okay. Like, and it doesn't bother me that he knows my husband's name because I'm sure, like I said, what don't they know? But my whole thing is, I'm like, why are you as a grown ass man standing in your backyard, a couple houses down, screaming out another man's name in the yard? Like, that's so weird. It's not even, oh, she's gonna get nervous. Nervous about what? A lot of people know my husband's name. Like, he's a stand up guy. Like, he is really who he say he is, just like I say I am who I am. So my whole thing is, I'm like, no, I knew it was some BS as soon as my son coming out there to like, playing with our little water hose, and we've been like right on my brick wall with chalk and just having a good old time all week. And I mean as soon as I step on my patio, man calling my husband name, my other immediate neighbor dog started barking uncontrollably, and they as soon as we start playing with our hose, and she's spraying her hose in the air, and I'm what is wrong with y'all? And that's when I was on the phone with my husband, and I just like, no, like, I'm sick of this mess. What is y'all problem? And that's when I started going off. That's why I told him, anybody that recorded, who live out here, who recorded that and put it on internet, baby. I don't care. That's why I just told him, I said, if you're going to post it, make sure you post the part that you played in it. You ain't finna just have me sitting here looking like I'm crazy. Like, shoot. But yeah, this stuff, we got to ignore that because that's what they want. That's how they get attention. That's why they're so desperate. That's why they got to do all these antics. Because my thing is, like, my kids and I have been in the house, just chilling. Like, ever since Monday, we came home from the library situation with the dude messing with my car, whatever. I just been in the house with my kids, like, and we go to our backyard. We stay to ourselves. We don't be bothering with nobody out here like that. So I just thought it was weird. I'm like, first of all, how they know when I'm coming in and out my house from my back patio if people ain't watching me? That's number one. Number two, I guess they just felt so ignored all week or for the last couple of weeks that they're like, oh, we got to get her today. Like, what? Hold on. See, I done lost track of you guys again. Let me see. They're just, playing our emotions. Silence is violence. They didn't vacuum unless I do. Or unless I don't. I hear that. Awareness, I can't help but laugh at how stupid and hollow their lives are now. They have no dignity. Yeah. They kept making my door squeak in my apartment so they know what room I'm in. So I decided to keep making it squeak nonstop. Next time they fixed it. You counter them with their own BS. That's crazy. I won't give them the satisfaction from getting mad at them, just ignore and laugh. Well, hey, awareness, you done ascended higher than I have because I'm still trying to get there. I really am. I'm trying to get there and stay there. Because like I said, most days I'm good. Like it don't faze me. But then, like I said, when I feel like, because I think I said it in one of my lives, it's like that whole that Family Guy scene where Stewie's like poking at Lois, like, mommy, 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 mama, mama, mommy, and it's like, what? Oh, I love you. Like that's the energy it gives. And I'm a mama bear, so not even my kids annoy me to that end. Like even when they get on my nerves sometimes, I'm like, I'm still cool. Like it takes a lot to get me to get upset, And like I said, it just be the whole energy of people. That's all they're trying to do is trying to pull on your energy because they are, Lord, I really need to put on some lotion. Y'all don't judge my ashy wetness, but anyway, but like they really be trying to tap into what I got going on over here because they see that even despite everything they're doing, I'm still remaining optimistic. I'm still remaining positive. I'm still enjoying my time with my children. I'm still enjoying my time with my husband. Like it's not stopping me
from going out doing the things I want to do. Doesn't matter how many people they send. Doesn't mean to harass and stalk me and all that stuff. Like, I'm still going on. I'm still going onward and upward, and that's all I can do. Like, what I'm supposed to do is just become a complete hermit. Like, don't get me wrong, I do be in hermit mode sometime, but that's not what this is. Like, that was me. What was it, 2023, early 2024? I feel like I went in hermit mode. And another part is because we were getting ready to move. So I was just fixated on getting my house in order for our move here. But like I said, and that was more so, like I said, not not wanting to have to deal with people, you know. But now I'm like, it's not that I don't want to deal with my people, aka y'all and my. That's it. Anybody that's positive, anybody that's trying to elevate, anybody that is putting in the work to build themselves up and do better in life. Those are the type of people I want to be around. Intellectuals, people that aren't afraid to uh, dive into certain truths about our world around us, stuff like that. Okay. You see, I still get mad, but I feel like it's like a big mind game now for me. And it is. You're so right. Awareness, like, it is. It is a mind game. And I'm guilty, like I said, of stooping to their level this past week. Because I was, trying to give them the same energy they was giving me, because respectively, that's what we are. We are mirrors to them. That's why so many of them get intimidated and get like how they get, because we intimidate the crap out of them, whether they want to acknowledge it or not. It's the truth. We're mirrors. We reflect to them back who they are, how they act, what they're failing to work on. We are like a stark reminder of everything that they're not, or that they should be working on, but they're not. I still get. Oh wait, let me see. Isn't stalking defined as a mental disorder cause of obsession from it? I can't say that I've looked up stalking definition in this moment, but shoot, possibly, because that's something else I've been considering. Or considering looking into, is like, what makes a stalker stalk? Like, what makes a person just wake up one day and say, you know what? I want to follow this person around and see everything they do and what they eat and what they wear. Like, because I can't imagine that someone just chooses that retroactively without having some type of cause, unless they're like a person, like you said, that has a mental, I don't want to say disability, but a mental, what's the word I'm looking for? Challenge, a mental challenge. Because I know there's a lot of sociopaths, psychopaths, narcissistic individuals with traits and tendencies. And I'm not ignorant to the fact that with people who have endured narcissistic abuse, that doesn't also mean that we also sometimes are capable of possessing narcissistic traits. And, like, some people becoming very good manipulators because they've been manipulated, and so on and so forth. It's kind of that whole, like, we are not always so removed from what we've experienced. Sometimes some of that stuff does rub off on us, even if we don't intend to. And I can speak candidly about that. Like, I have no shame about it, just because you becoming a product of your environment. And if narcissistic abuse and psychological trauma, manipulation and stuff is all you've ever been around and been exposed to, you would be hard pressed not to come out a little unscathed by it, or a little singed by it. But the difference is, at least I can say for myself, is that I didn't stay in that. And that I don't actively, like, try to live that way and make that my way of life, if that makes sense. But everybody got their thing. that they got to work on. And eventually people gonna have to grow up, or not. I mean, but that'll be unfortunate to say you missed out your chance to ascend because you just want to stay on childish stuff. Because I don't know about you all, but I want to see more of this world. I want to explore more life's complexities. I mean, I've already been doing that on my own. Sure, I consider myself an avid researcher. I am forever researching something. Like that's just one of my quirks and qualms. I love learning. I love learning about different things. I love teaching myself things. Okay, what we got? My narc grandma tried to teach me how to manipulate people, so now I use it for good. Do the right things for the wrong reasons and vice versa. Like I said, it's just all about how you apply it. It's all about how you apply it. That's what I said. I've experienced like being triangulated against, and like I told you, like with my mother, like trying to pit myself and my siblings against each other and stuff like that. I could have easily grew up and participated in that, and oh yeah, well see sis, I'm doing better than you and this and this and that. Like but I don't do that, and I've never done that. I've never done that ever to my siblings. They've done that to me. Maybe even not on a conscious level, but subconsciously. I literally my eldest sibling admitted to me as well as my husband on, I can tell you at least 2 different occasions, that she was jealous of me. And growing up, or as a young adult, because she admitted this as I was a young adult on 2 different occasions, I never looked at it any type of way. I just was like, oh, like, why would she be jealous of me? Like, you have more than I have from a worldly standpoint. And when she would say it, like I said, the 2 times she said it, she admitted it to my husband and then to me. And I was like, But it wasn't until I became more socially, emotionally aware that I'm like, no, having people around you that are envious or jealous of your life in any way, shape, or form is not a good thing. And you need to pretty much distance yourself from those people, because you never know what length someone's willing to go to take whatever it is from you that they feel that they want or are owed about you. So, and what's crazy is that I love my sister. Like before before I ultimately had to cut all of them off, for me, she was I would say would be one of my other, like, or would be my only, like, married friend, because her and my brother-in-law and she and I talk darn near every day. But then when she started, revealing stuff like that, I didn't get it in the moment, but I appreciate it now. That, yeah, you can't be friends with someone that's jealous or envious of you. You can't, because you just don't know what they're willing to do to have what you have, whatever that is. And again, this is a person who I felt in my mind had everything. She had exactly what I had. She had a husband, she had a son, like that's what I'm saying. Like I didn't get it. I didn't. And my husband was a big part of who helped me wake up today. He's like, babe, like, it's one thing to um it's one thing for her to be like, oh, I wish I had the type of relationship or that you and your husband have or whatever. But she's like, no, I'm jealous. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, I had to distance myself. God gave us a beautiful earth, and being stuck in one place is crazy. I've always been a traveler. Yeah. My husband and I consider ourselves to be nomadic. We don't mind moving around. It just sucks, like, in this moment, like, I'm not gonna do it for this bull crap. I'm tell you that right now. But because, he's in the service, like, yeah, we periodically have to move. But I'm not, like I said, like, in this moment, no, I'm standing my ground. I'm not moving from here until I need to. So people can feel how they want to feel at the end of the day, or unless the Most High tap us to be able to get something better. Because that's the one thing I know about my life. Anytime things happen or come up and we got to leave, it's because we get blessed with something better. Case in point, We moved from San Diego from a townhome, and now we're in a home, brand new. Nobody else allegedly never lived in it, even though I'm getting other people's mail. But I don't know. That I'm saying there's a lot of things about since we don't move out here. I got questions, but I just keep it to myself. I don't too much worry about it. And but that's what I'm saying. We just hop, skip, jump from one blessing to another, to a better one. So that means my hope is that we jump from this one to our own spot, to our own land, to our own compound. That's what I envision for my family. Because that's ultimately what I want. So I've had others say or act jealous of me, and I'm so confused because I have used and hardships. My mom acted that way my last birthday, and I was so hard. That's what I'm telling you, sweetheart. Like, a lot of people that's closest to us are the ones that oftentimes don't want to see us do well. And it's not even because of anything that you did or said or whatever. It's just because that's the spirit that's in them or on them. Because me, I can earnestly or honestly sit here and tell you, I have never been jealous of anything that anyone's had. I've always believed that everything that someone has is for them. Just like everything that I have is for me, good or bad, small, big, whatever. I've always believed that. That's just me personally. So that's why I don't envy what other people have. I don't. And that's the crazy part, is that a lot of the people I notice that behave in that energy and that spirit are people who, like I said, from a worldly standpoint, have more than me. When I say worldly, I mean, oh, they have a career, they have the cars, they have the house, they have all the things that this world tells you have to be successful. Me, I'm a homemaker. I'm now a content creator. Yes, I'm married. Yes, I have children, but I don't own a home. I'm still renting. All these things that society tells us you're supposed to have in order to be grown, in order to be this and that. And I don't have those things. So when I'm receiving the type of hate or jealousy or whatever from these same individuals that in my mind, I'm like, well, they seem to have more going on than I have, and they're jealous of me. I'm like, okay, well, clearly there's something about me that, or about what I have going on, that these people still envy. People can have the whole table, but still want your crumbs that done fell off the table. Could be sitting at the same table as you, but want your crumbs too. Want your plate and your crumbs. That's greed. They're dissatisfied with their lives. Because I'm not entitled to anything else that someone has. And I don't feel entitled to it. Why would I? Let me see. Ended up assaulting me because I walked away from an argument instead of engaging, trying to make a better decision. I had her arrested. She was mad. I chose to walk away that time and took my cash. Good for you. Hey, unfortunately, I hate to say, I done almost been in a scuffle with mine too. Ain't no cops got called, thank goodness. But I'm telling you that I don't know what it is with the mother-daughter competition. That issue's so real. I really don't get it. I don't get it. How you can envy your own child. It's strange. Absolutely. Same mindset. God knows what we need. What do they want to join our relationship? Like, dang, there's other good men. God got someone for you. Exactly. But don't want to work on themselves to gain what they want. Exactly. Or like I said, they're doing all the things from the worldly aspect. They're going to school, they're doing all that, but they're still not satisfied and fulfilled. And it's because a lot of the time these people are still living the lives of what someone told them they should be doing, instead of them being real with themselves and recognize, like, yeah, I don't want to do this ish. Like, this ain't what I want to do. And I had that awakening. I had that moment. I had recently told someone that back in San Diego, a young lady who I was low-key trying to connect with. because like I said, her son and my son had kind of became little acquaintances, and I thought, she could have been a good, person to slowly develop a friendship with, but again, the true colors started coming out early on. And I would see how she would react to me versus like if my husband was talking to her, I just lightly, subtly picked up on it. I'm like, okay. And again, it's not even a thing like, oh, I think everybody want my man. Like that's not what it is. I see through the BS. I can't help that I see people exactly who they are. Like right on. And most time I be right on the money. But she, like I said, she told me she was in school. She, of course, was in the service as well. And that's what I'm saying. Like, from a worldly standpoint, she doing better than I am, But yeah, I'm just saying. Cause my whole thing is I'm like, hey, I try not to be so quick to judge folks. Most of the time, don't get me wrong, there be them time like, you moving funny. Can't trust you, but for the most part, I try to give people a chance to show me who they are before I make any type of final judgment about them. But when from the rip I see you on BS, I can't trust you. Because you're not even being real enough for me to see who you really are. Me, I show up authentically as me every time. I don't sit here and recreate myself and reinvent myself just to introduce myself to somebody new. Like, no, I am me every time. It really just depends on, excuse me, it really just depends on the day. If I'm not having a good day, then yeah, you might not see me in the best of spirits and everything. But ultimately, like I said, I still try to lead with kindness. I'm not the type of person to take out my frustrations on other people unless, unwarrantedly. And then if I'm wrong, I call myself out. That's why I said, like, this past week, my behavior, if there was anyone in the neighborhood who was terrified by my actions and they ain't got ish to do with this, I apologize. Like, but that's the BS that these people is on that's up here with my mental sometimes. So it's like, yeah, make you just want to be like, with everybody. But I know everybody ain't in on this. I know there probably are some good people in this area. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. There probably are some good people in this area, but the bad apples is making it worse, or making it hard for everybody. For me to want to trust anybody. But don't want to. Okay, let me see. So Sophia says there was so many bad situations going on. It was dark and I dropped my keys and she threw my phone. She ran inside so fast I thought she was gonna grab a weapon. Oh, so I went to the end of driveway and call. I'm pretty good judge of character. It's kept me safe this long. Yep. About your you still talking about your mom part. No, it's like, it's crazy. You can't even what's the word? Or no, what's the phrase talking about the threat level may be low, but it's never zero, and it's sad when you got to feel like that about your own quote unquote flesh and blood and stuff. But I'm sorry to hear that. Like, that sucks. Stuff ain't never got that far with me because I'm like, yeah, you pulling weapons on me, we donezo. Like, you ain't got to worry about me coming back. Like, baby, no sir, no ma'am. I don't care who you is. Because, there's still some people that's hung up on the whole, but it's family. I don't give two flips about that. Like, what Kendrick Lamar say in his song, talking about, I'll cut my granny off if she don't see it how I see it. That's the energy I'm on. And I have literally lived that. And I literally am living that life right now. There are so many people that don't have access to me right now that are probably sitting back wondering, like, what did I do? And for some of them, it's like, you didn't do anything at all. But at the same time, for those who know how they've been treating me or treated me, it's like, nah, you know what you did. I'm not finna sit here and go around the table telling everybody how they was acting towards me. Like, you know what you was doing. And that's my thing, just getting tired of telling grown folks about themselves. Because I always used to feel like I shouldn't have to sit here and tell a grown person about themselves. Like if I can sit here and look at myself in the mirror and be like, okay, Ashley, you could have done this a little different, could have done that a little. You should have that same mental capacity to do the same. That's how I look at it, me personally. But I recognize that I slowly but surely am realizing that I oftentimes look for examples of me in the world, but it's like I gotta stop thinking that the world is like me, because it ain't. It's only one me. So now I accept people at face value, however they show up and present themselves. I have no choice but to believe that that's who you are. Because like I said, I watch people actions. I don't care a lot about what they say. I watch how they behave. And I ain't talking about just on one occasion. I'm talking about overall. Unless you just a truly unique, tapped in individual like my, it take me time to develop that level of trust with people enough to just completely let my hair down, so to speak. Like I said, how I'm on here candidly with you all right now, as long as I've been on here this is a whole new level for me. So we are all slowly but surely building this relationship with each other. So I hope that I don't overstep and I don't abuse my position with you guys, like the stuff that y'all have shared with us on here today. I know that for some of you that is taking courage. That is maybe something, of dark past or something that you may have not thought that you want to reopen up Pandora's box, so to speak. So I appreciate you sharing that with me like that. I hold that to be a high honor. Because if you're anything like me, you don't just be telling everybody everything about yourself. And that's for good reason. They say walk away. I tried. It didn't work. I love that Kendrick said that because, oh my, yep. I've been rocking with a lot of his music. Like, I swear Homeboy is like speaking to my heart of hearts, if I'm being honest. And I feel like, shoot, so many of us probably feel the same way. We need this combo and none of us even knew it yet. Sophia, you been on it. Oh, let me see. You've been so on it. So very, very true. I didn't know I needed this either. Like, I thought I was just gonna pop on here, say my little piece, maybe an hour at the most, and get off. But no, we gotta check up on each other. I'm seeing that more now than ever. I think for me, I just be in my head sometimes like, oh, these people don't want to hear from me that often. They don't want to, because like I said, I like to pride myself on giving people time to miss me and all that. That's why, like, I felt like I was doing too much this week with like all the extra videos because they weren't playing, like they weren't scripted. I don't want y'all thinking like, oh, she's fabricating this stuff to get viewed. No, baby, like this is real time stuff that I'm dealing with. And that's why instead of sitting here internalizing it and getting all beat up about it, I decided to share it to get more eyes on it, to bring more awareness to it. And then also, asking for help because it's like, baby, I don't know what else to do outside of what I've been doing. Besides taking matters into my own hands, but I'm really trying not to have to get to that level. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to have to put paws on nobody. I'm trying, but hey, there's only so many times you can poke the bear. You know what I'm saying? Till you get you get the claws. It's only so many times people can cry wolf before they actually get eaten up by one. That's all I'm saying. So as Fire said, for sure, the exposure of the industries, it's funny how we going through it too. That's how I know we are going through a spiritual battle right now. That's why we all got this feeling in there. Yes, we all do. I've been seeing that collectively, like all week with the people that I've been watching and checking in on. Everybody's saying the same thing. Everybody. Oh, this week in particular has just been really tough. The attacks are increasing. They've been noticing even more strange behavior, encountering even more like weird, like it just seems like they're ramping up for something. Shoot, the sad thing is I don't even think they know, because that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people that are being used to do what they're doing, oftentimes are intentionally left in the dark about the grand plan. They're just being given little nuggets here and there to follow and to keep them on the hook and keep them coming back and doing what they're doing, or them getting they little ducats that they get to do whatever they do, because we know money is a very big motivator for a lot of people. But for people like myself, like, nobody could pay me enough to do what they do. I would never do no mess like that. That's why, like, I did have a moment where I was considering becoming a private investigator because of stuff like this. And I was thinking like, oh, this might be my calling. But then I'm like, baby, like, you literally be doing the same thing they doing. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm just not that invested in other people's lives. Like, there's some things I'll do for my protection and my safety, and that I'll find out for my sake. So it's just like, hey, just in case, I don't want to have to need it, but in case I need it, I got it. But I'm like, I'm just not that invested in other people's lives. I'm really not, to that degree, to want to go and follow people around, and that's tiring, in my opinion. Like, I don't know how the people who get paid do that, but that's them. I had to pull I recently on a guy in my video asking me to get high. But I put it back on private because I was worried. Too much info. What 24-year-old want to stalk a bunch of Karen? I had my own plans before all of it. Exactly. Well, dang, hey, I'm sorry you had to pop out and show them, but I'm sure that happened for a reason. So maybe homeboy will think twice before he roll up on somebody talking crazy. Maybe you gave him a come to Jesus moment. He got to go back and reevaluate his life and be like, dang, is this how I really want to spend my life? Put my life and limb on the line to become Swiss cheese. You know what I'm saying? Like, you better. Let me see. It's been 3 years for me. Men are very unconfident. Yeah. That's what I keep hearing. And I hate that. Like, that's why I'm like, man, like, stuff it's not like what it used to be. It's really not. Like, I remember growing up, stuff it seemed so simple. But now everything is like overly complicated, overly complex. Everybody's overly upset and easily upset over any and everything. Like, I miss the way things used to be. Especially like how people treated each other. I'm not saying that everything's always been hunky dory, but I definitely don't feel like it's ever been like how, or I don't want to say ever, but I just don't feel like it was like this, like when I was growing up and stuff like that. Like, I feel like people have more respect for each other. Now you can't get people to respect your personal space, let alone your feelings or emotions or whatever. But the kicker is they expect you to do that for them. That's the part that's silly to me. I saw their nervous feelings. I might put the video on public. I definitely question them. No, I think you should. I really think you should, just because it'll be a PSA to others out there like him, not to try you. So, hey, if you gotta blur it and post it. That's what I would do, me personally. If I end up missing you, baby, you ain't going nowhere. Don't them fools ain't crazy. They crazy, but they ain't that crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like, that, this is why us getting our community together is so important, because it'll be that whole, you mess with one of us, you messing with all of us, and we gonna ride for ours. But I'll keep that under my head. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and snapshot that. So, hey, I'll be a witness to you. I'll be a witness. That's fine by me. But I don't think you got nothing to worry about, me personally. It is, especially if you in the States, that is your God-given right to bear arms. Because I think that's another thing too. They really think that we ain't on that. They think them waving something around is supposed to scare us. I'm like, baby, yeah, we can do that too. Like, what y'all want to do? We all on the same energy at this moment, and just standing on protecting ourselves. We not finna go out here and do nothing crazy to nobody, but don't start none, won't be none. It's really that simple. And I ain't promoting violence. I ain't promoting gun violence. I ain't promoting none of that. I am 100% an advocate of everyone doing what they legally need and can do to protect themselves and their bodily autonomy. And I will right to put their hands on somebody and think that they can get dealt with. Cops said I didn't do anything wrong when it showed up. Yeah, so hey, if cops said you good, you good. Sophia, don't worry about it. I wouldn't worry another day about it, me personally. Don't worry about it. Like you said, just keep your documentation in case somebody want to come back and spin the block and acting crazy. Because another reason you posting it is a good thing. If that same person come back, that displays a pattern, and then you can get a restraining order against that person because you can't deny it. You coming back 2, 3, 4 times after you done told them the first time to get up out your face and out your space. But if you post it, that means you're bringing eyewitnesses to it too. That's another in part why I'm doing what I'm doing. I got more witnesses to see. Yep, did she say on such and such date that? Yep, she sure did, and she posted it. And that's another reason I feel like they've been attacking our channels and stuff, because they know that. They know that this is yet another resource for us to be able to document them. And we all continue to get eyes on the situation. And you are very much so welcome. I'm all about helping those that are trying to help themselves, that are also in our position. Like we gotta be each other's resources. There are so many of us, I'm sure, that have knowledge and access to things that would be very beneficial for our community. Like I said, I'm just one person, but at the end of the day, I know if we all get together, we could have a really good network on our hands of people with various skill sets and talents that we could all use to help each other one way, shape, or form. Like there's been a lot of information I've been finding out that I'm hoping to be able to put together that'll be a resource to those who aren't already aware of it, so we can continue to help each other. Hey, I'm happy for you, and I hope your move goes well, Sophia. So you do that. Now I'm saying go where you could be safe, because trust me, my husband and I, we've been feeling that same issue. He feel like I feel. Like, hey, we ready to get flipped from around people. People getting too weird out here. And I don't just mean the area we're in. I just mean in general. Like, I see why I see why people go live off grid and want to be in the mountains. I see why now. Like, it's so freeing. It's so freeing not have to put up with people's craziness all the darn time and stuff like that. Saying y'all some real ones though. Y'all still in here with me and y'all ain't tired of hearing my voice. Y'all some real ones, because even I get tired of hearing myself. I never once thought I'd be able to have a community like this. Like, never once thought I'd be able to have this. But I'm grateful that I do. And I'm grateful that I can either be a voice of comfort, of support, or just encouragement to those of you out there who are listening. Like, because I really do, like, I hope y'all can feel the genuineness through this screen. Like, I mean exactly what I say. I'm not a person to mince words when it comes to stuff like this. Because me, I'm the type of I ride for mine. If I'm standing by you, I'm standing by you. I'm not one of these fake and phony people. If I tell you I can, and I show up and I'm there, I'm there. But if I tell you I can't, then I can't. Like it's that simple. Because I too do have a family to think about and all that, but at the same time, I know that I'm protected. I know my family's protected. Like we done been in a situation where, yeah, something should have happened to us but didn't. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and I also feel like at this point, if these people really wanted to do that, they could have been done that by now. They could have been done it. So what else is there to fear? Like, I'm gonna continue to live out loud freely. I'm gonna continue to speak up for all of us. If all of us can't speak up, I'ma speak up for us. Like I don't like bullies. I despise them. And how many adult bullies we got running around here these days? It's sad. Tell me a lot of people ain't getting enough spankings growing up. Something I don't know. Well, I'm not good at social cues, so if you need to go, you have to straight say for me to understand. My heart is so for real, so light, and haven't smiled as much in a while. Oh, you gonna make me cry. No, if I gotta go, it's because nature's calling, but that's about it. Not because I want to go in this moment. I think that's why I'm like prolonging it, because I don't want to go either. But unfortunately, gotta go see the porcelain throne at some point. Absolutely, we always got that protection around us. I think if the more of us wake up and recognize that we are divinely protected, like this ain't just no we talking about it. No, we really are. And that doesn't mean that we may not get a couple of scrapes and bruises along the way, but ultimately we're not. What's that? That Bebe's kids saying, talking about or not Bebe's kids, dang it, what was it? Joe, was it Joe's apartment or something like that? Talking about we don't die, we multiply. And talking about the roaches. We don't die, we multiply. or was it Bebe's kids? I don't know. I'm trying to quote all my like old school movie references. Just so y'all can get a sneak peek at my age, even though I already done told y'all if y'all was listening. My age is showing in this moment. But yeah, guys, thank again for the umpteenth time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for tuning in and listening to you, girl, because it has been a week. It has been a week. I know that this week will be better because I'm speaking it and I'm putting it out there. This week will be better. Seeing as I've been hopping on these live I might just start doing this for a while, and instead of trying to structure my videos, because that's something I was doing, trying to wait till I had something inspirational to talk about. But if you guys enjoy more like one-on-one sessions like this, I can definitely do more of this right now if this is what we all are in need of, just checking in with each other a little more. Because yeah, stuff has been ramping up and it's been getting a little out of hand, a little out of pocket. But I will definitely try to give y'all a break from me, at least maybe for the next 2 or 3 days. Because like I said, I do feel like I've posted a lot. And I know that's how it can be with me sometimes. Sometimes it's rapid fire, sometimes it's like small and in between. But thank you again for tuning in. And I just want to say that peace be with every last one of you all. And that I hope you all continue to find the courage to keep fighting this fight and pushing forward and speaking up for yourselves and standing up for yourselves and not taking ish from nobody. Y'all keep doing what you got to do. Don't judge yourselves too harshly. If you didn't do that great this week or had such a great week, this upcoming week is a new week. Don't beat yourself up too much. I know I'm not going to. I allow myself to feel the emotions as they come and then get right back on that horse and try again. So I'm going to be doing the same myself this week. to still lead with kindness and to push myself forward, to continue to show up the way I need to, for myself as well as my loved ones, and you guys too. But if anything new develops, like with the DOJ case or whatever, I definitely, for those of you that are interested in knowing any information about that, I definitely will update if I hear anything new. Like I said, right now, I still haven't heard any updates on it, but all I can say is I tried. I tried at the end of the day. But I'm gonna go and get off here. I got to go. But yeah, hopefully it won't be too much longer for I'm back on here with you guys. Until next time, see ya.